I'm doing good. Are you ready for the big day, Debbie? Mm. All right, we are now live on YouTube. If you guys have a alternative extra device and you don't mind putting it in the YouTube, just sitting it there so that we can accumulate hours, just in case. I'm not in a rush. Do you like enjoy being pregnant? Because some people do. You know. All right, you guys. Yes, because some people do. No. But you're not in a rush for those sleepless nights, though, right? Mhm. Hey, Beaver, I see you getting your TLC on, so I creep out, just creeping on a down low. Okay, so when's the baby shower? Do you have a registry? Send me your registry so I can buy my new baby something. Okay, not standing. Okay, we're from him and the witness. So you want to wait till the actual court dates, right? What is your opinion now? All of these are, of course, is your opinion thus far with the information that you have. Hey, Ida, it's May. Oh my God. Okay, that's the baby shower. I'm gonna say May 25th is my dad's birthday. I thought you were saying that that was your due date. Okay, yes, definitely, please do. At least I hope not. And you never know. Hey, Godzilla, thank you so much for coming over onto the YouTube. I appreciate you. Uh, okay. It's tiring my mind. I can definitely get that. I think that if we treated it like a thank you, Deluxe. If we treated it like um a real case and not not a race case, I think that by all, especially by all the Texas laws, he was defending himself. You know, just off the strength of like what we have now. Oh, that's a lot. Y'all think we can do 100 heart me hands? That's a lot. Who thinks we can do? Put a one in the chat if you think we can do 100 heart me hands. No, 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 no. Carmelo Anthony. He's actually a student who runs track in Frisco, Texas. Well, one in Texas laws you can stand your ground. You think we can do 100? Okay, I'm gonna change it right now. I think we can too. Let me edit it, and that'll be like probably the goal for the night, huh? Let's see if we can do 100 hearts. All right. Um. Hey, Queen. Hey, Noah. How you doing? Let me see. Hold on, because I also have some stuff pulled up. Yes, yes, y'all. So our goal tonight is to see if we can get 100 hearts. I don't think I've ever gotten 100 hearts. But we can see. I am blessed and highly favored. There's been a lot of talk about like this Carmelo Anthony case. With him defending himself against another student, two other students who approached him um you know, hostily is not a word, who approached him provoking violence, threatening him to like basically get him to move from under a tent. I sent you a message. It's important. Okay, Jody, you sent it on TikTok or Instagram. They approached him with hostility, aggressively. Come on, teamwork makes the dream work. No, there are videos out there. I think that we don't see a lot of them because they are minors. I think that we don't see a lot of them because they are minors. And it's important still to protect minors, right? Right, Mandingo? Hey, Josh. Thank you for being over here as well, Josh. I appreciate you. Parkers, thank you as well. I appreciate everybody that has their other devices into the YouTube. What makes you think that he will be convicted? Are you from Texas, Shane? When we get to 10K, please tap the screen. We're gonna start bringing people up. What makes you think that he will be convicted? Hey, B Just, how you doing? You don't have to spam it, Shane. I can read it. Hey, Michael, how you doing? What makes you think that he will be convicted? Like, what is the premises of of what? On the other foot, Austin would have been arrested. If the shoe was on the other foot, they would have taken Austin to Burger King, and he would have, possibly gotten off per, history and the patterns like Kyle Rittenhouse or a George Zimmerman or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, if we're gonna be for real, let's be for real. No, it doesn't really work like that, Beach. All your life can be in danger. Thank you, Debbie. Your life can, if you feel like your life is in danger, you have the right to defend yourself. And then, allegedly it wasn't a knife, it was a tool to clean the cleats because he runs track. And if anybody is into sports, especially track, you know that when you do wear cleats and you're in the grass, that the dirt and stuff gets into your cleats and you have to clean your cleats. And they have, tools for that. Hey, Alina. Alina, I just want you to let you know, girl, I fucking love you. Okay. What up, Shorty? Thank you for sharing the line. Yes. All right. And if you guys would like to come up, we can start talking about it. Now. What's misinformation, Jennifer? That's why I said allegedly. That's why I said allegedly. These W Alina's in the chat. Let me and drop some balls, okay? Drop some balls and some coconuts. Drop some balls and some disco balls, though, y'all. Disco balls. Mhm. What makes you think that you feel like he'll be convicted, Guzman? You know. All right, you guys. I'm gonna bring a couple people up. Social justice. How are you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Why did I just wash out? Oh my god.
Sorry, hold on. Let me
No, no, no. You're good.
start
You're good,
cutting my
sir.
own hair. Hold on one sec. Come to the camera.
Oh shit! Hold on, y'all. There we go. I don't know why I just washed out. The light just washed out. Welcome back, Michael. Um, welcome in. Before we get started, um, are you standing with with Carmelo Anthony or not?
Hold on, let me.
And then this is not like talking to
Anybody?
Megan when you don't vote, you don't get a voice. You have your own opinion. You can say I'm whatever, you
I
know.
don't mince words. Hold on one
Hmm.
second. I don't mince words. I stand with everybody black. I said what I said.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm with you on
Remember?
that.
Listen, I don't know if you
I
remember a few weeks ago. I will take. Listen, I will absolutely smack the. I know I can't cuss because I know the algorithm. The
you might have to put on a shirt too because of the algorithm.
why not? I
You
mean,
got your skins all out.
I got a hat on. What the fuck? All right, hold on one second. Hold on, let me put on my. Listen, the big dudes in the world can't even get no love. All right, fine.
You can, but
All
I
right,
know that they've
all right.
restricted it before. Hey, Susie McClusey, I miss you, darling.
Listen, as aforementioned,
Hold on,
the
Wayne. I'm gonna get to
dog
you.
shit,
I got
the
you.
dog shit. I don't. I remember one time that dude was talking spicy. Listen, the only thing I wanted to say to you, tag me in. I was saying
Who
right
was
now.
talking spicy?
Anytime one of these motherfuckers is talking stupid, the dude who decided that because he was talking, he was oh cunt bitch. Oh yeah, this is what we
Oh
doing.
yeah, they
Say that
crash
shit to me,
out.
nigga.
They just
Say that
have
shit to
they
me.
just have a lack of
One time.
discipline.
I just, but I can match they fly. Real
Well, I'm
talk.
definitely gonna keep that. Social justice can get real social with
Real
your ass.
fucking talk.
Okay,
All right.
it's on me.
On site. I do not fucking play with these dudes because the one thing they don't do, they don't defend their own women. And I'm not a
True.
misogynist, but they don't defend their women. But their women consistently vote and caucus with the interests that they have.
Mm-hmm.
And then we leave our women, our black queens.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody don't give queen vibes. I'm not gonna lie, but by and large, our queens do not receive the respect and most importantly, the protection that you all deserve.
Mm-hmm.
And
I would have.
when I'm telling you on site, this ain't no internet shit. Believe me.
No, 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 no. I believe you. Not,
So
it's not giving.
I'm giving it.
I'm playing
Listen,
games. Well, I thought they were talking about the basketball player for the longest. Girl, I know, but you know how when LeBron, you had LeBrons and Kobe Bryant's, and they're so great that people will name their kids after basketball players, and it's just real interesting when you see them grow up. Like, oh, your mama, they was Carmelo Anthony fans, or Michael Jordan fans, or LeBron James fans. I'm pretty sure there's a little LeBron James somewhere. Oh no, there's a Kobe somewhere. Um, Wayne, welcome to the chat. How are you?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I think your service is kind of going in and out. Do
Yeah,
you know now,
actually by my
Susie?
window
Though,
where I have good reception.
yeah, I can see it says you have like one bar,
No, I
maybe.
do not. Yeah, I don't
Can
know why
everybody?
it is like that. I had a good one.
I feel like when you first came up
Let
with
me
it,
see if I can
we could
fix it. Is
kind of
that
hear.
better?
I think,
Is that
yeah, I
better?
think you're a little bit better. Yeah.
Okay. I am actually, I my stance is all kids have to learn self-control because
Mm-hmm.
when I went to school, we used to fight. We didn't used to unalive somebody over stuff. We used to fight. Nowadays, it's just temples and society is teaching our kids to video record an incident, YouTube it, instead of trying to protect somebody, trying to stop something from escalating. And
Mm-hmm.
look what happened now. We got a young man that's gone. Young man that's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And both of these two kids are football players. Both of these two kids know how to fight. It's not like they don't know how to fight. They're football players. So
Oh
it's
well, he's
not
a
like
track star. I don't know.
okay, well,
I don't know if he plays football. The two kids that approached him, the two guys that were twins, the brothers, they approached him, and he runs track.
well, the whole thing is it's ridiculous. I mean, and if he would believe that he was doing something to protect himself, why did he run? Why did he stash it?
He didn't
Why
run.
when he did run because he got picked up by the police and then he asked the officer in the car, "Can I? How is he? Can I claim self defense?" I mean, he
Well,
already ruined himself on that.
I particularly haven't seen that
He pretty
evidence.
much
No,
put himself in
there's
a
a
big coffin on
he
that
There's a
one.
hold
Massachusetts
on,
law
hold on one
there's a
second.
Massachusetts law that was introduced back during COVID that was
C
that they wanted to
19,
go to the
C
Supreme Court.
19.
Hold on one second, bro. That they wanted
No, I'm
to
saying
be
you can't
raised
say.
to the level of the Supreme Court because black people, given all the trauma that we have had, black men particularly, because of injustice and the police force, that running is you understand what it means to you understand natural selection, you understand how evolution works, right? So if your species is continually hunted, you are going to there's going to be a defense mechanism born inside of you that makes you what? Get the fuck out of danger from get the fuck out of dodge from danger. And so in
After you commit
Massachusetts
a
back in
crime, though.
You
2017, let me
wasn't
finish
following
my
all
point,
this
bro.
time, Mr. Thomas.
Let me finish. They introduced a bill so that it was outlawed that running from the police was decided to that running from the police was automatically an admission of guilt. Why? Again, if you're a hunted species, if you are more likely to be put in jail because of whatever the hell is decided based on your color, intrinsically, you can't
Hey,
be
Biba,
held to
I
the
see
same
your comment.
standard.
No problem. You can come up, but you don't have to spam, darling. You're
This is
all welcome to
why
have your
these
own
things
opinion, but you don't have to
were
spam.
enacted
One second. Harold,
because
thank
we
you for the
don't get a
$20
chance.
dono set because I've missed you. I've missed you too, Harold. Drop some coconuts for Harold in the chat. I appreciate you, love.
We don't get a fair shake, man, and that's the issue.
True.
Because I am an upstanding citizen. I've never been arrested. I've never been in trouble. I've never had any negative or derogatory marks against me as far as the legal system goes. But I'll be damned if I'm going to let my brothers who have my I don't have to know them. They're my brothers who have been unfairly and unjustly prosecuted or more harshly prosecuted. My son is my first. I was married before. My ex-wife is a white woman. I don't know why the fuck that happened, but anyway, moving on. I tried to be equality, like whatever. My son is biracial, my 9-year-old son. And when I'm telling you, her brother was a fucking hellraiser, and he sped through the town drunk. This little white town, small town America. He sped through that shit drunk as fuck. And then he gets to his driveway, he puts his arm out, and he fucking turns the car off and drops the fucking keys like a mic drop.
Hey, Justice, can we hold the fucks down to a minimum?
All right, sorry, my bad. When I'm talking to a dude, like, it just comes up. My apologies, ladies. But he drops his hand out the car. He mic drops the shit. I'm sorry, he mic drops the keys. When I'm telling you, they pops run out the house. He get the camera. He recording the cops. Don't you effing touch my son. You okay?
After his son
After his son blew through all the stop signs in town. After his son was a phallus head. He does.
So what's your point, though? It sounds like
you don't get my point.
He's luckily didn't have
Hold on. One second, everybody. Give me a follow if you guys are not done. So continue to tap the screen. Let's get to 50K.
So did you miss my point?
Hold on, Justice. Hold on.
And repeat that.
No. Hold on.
No, because
wait.
Let that grown man.
Because then we'll have to do one at a time.
Let that grown man speak for himself. He said,
no. Because this is my live. I'm going to tell y'all what we're going to talk about. When we're going to take a quick break before we start getting crazy, because that's not what I want it to be either.
You might have to mute him.
I asked the grown. That's the thing about it, though, right?
Y'all.
That's a dude on the other end. So he.
Excuse me, but can y'all? Yeah, thank you so much. So you guys, give me a follow if you have not done so. Please tap the screen. Let's get up to 50K. We're trying to go for 100 hearts for our very first time. Okay, always the best way to support the live is via Cash App and or Venmo. The pay links are in the bio. I appreciate it. Naquan, I saw you said check Discord. I'm about to check it here in a second. The question tonight is: do you stand with Karmelo Anthony? If you are not, we're not talking about the basketball player, you guys. We're not talking about the basketball player. If you're not familiar with it, please stick around. We'll definitely give you some insight. Long story short, he was approached by two guys under a tent in a track meet, and they tried to move him from under the tent, proceeded to put hands on him. He defended himself. One has been unalived, and now they are calling for his conviction, even though he was defending himself. And I think also too, what social justice is saying, Wayne, is the fact that fight or flight, because we have always been hunted, we tend to run because we have been hunted for whatever reason. We don't have to be guilty. We don't have to be anything. It's just we have been hunted. So when they run, that's why they made it a law. Like, oh, it's an admission of guilt when you run, only because they see Black people doing it. And it's not necessarily always the case. So that is what he was explaining to you, Wayne.
Not that part, but what he failed to listen to what I was saying is, if you were drunk and you ran into somebody and you flee, they are going to charge you with fleeing a crime that you caused. Just because you have it on a book that says you can flightly go doesn't stand up because you ran from a scene. Now, Anthony done an act.
Hold on, Social, 1 second.
The other kid did not even have any type of other than his fist. And if we could get in a fight, that doesn't give me the right to unalive you in a fight. It does not. Because if that's the case, then we would have 1,000 people on the streets laying down. Okay, so let's not act like it's okay to unalive somebody because of even a push. Because I've been in fights in school. I used to be in a lot of fights because I hated racial stuff, and I always was on my brother's side because I had mixed family. And my best friend was Black, and his brother was so racist to me. Him and I got into it, but we never took it to the extreme. So what I'm saying is that we have to teach these kids nowadays, stop being so violent to one another. Stop teaching the hate. Stop teaching the disrespect.
Hold on 1 second. Justice Social, you had your turn. Wayne has, and then I want to say something.
It seems like we cannot teach these kids how to talk, how to communicate, how to get along.
And it's easy to communicate. So
It is. So
if
it's easy.
he
It's
is,
so simple to unalive somebody,
but Wayne,
but
think
then
about
we
it.
want to act like that person had a right to do it. Anthony
Wayne, no, no,
did
no, no,
not have a
no.
right to do what he
Everybody
did.
has a right to defend themselves. That's his
He
point.
can't defend
Hold on,
himself
one
on a.
Wayne,
And if
one
it comes
second.
out that the kid did not
Wayne,
push him
I don't want to have to
head
mute
on,
you too,
did he
darling.
commit crimes? Did he commit?
Thank you. So he has the right to defend himself. If Carmelo, 130 pounds, is being approached by two football players, roughly about six to 250 pounds apiece, because they're twins, they're pretty much just alike. They're twins. You've been approached by them, two big guys, and they are on your ass and they're trying to bully you and telling you to move, and you are standing your ground. In Texas as well, you do not have to retreat. You do not have to run. It's the Texas Penal Code, Section 9.41, protection of one's property, and Section 9.04, no duty to retreat. He had every right to be on the public school campus and was under no obligation to retreat when faced with a threat. And if these two big people are threatening him, he has the right to use whatever tool he feels necessary to defend himself if he feel like his life is in danger. Just the same way that cops get to unalive unarmed people when they feel like their lives were in danger. He has that same right to do so. And if they had to be tugging real hard for him to press to be, and he only did it one time. It wasn't like it was just to get you away from me.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it takes force to do that. It's not an easy
Right,
thing to
which
go
means
through your
they're
rib cage.
probably already fighting. He's
It
don't
takes
put your
force to
hands
do
on
that.
me. Now I don't know how true this is. Allegedly, they're known for bullying. Allegedly, people know that. Allegedly, they've already supposedly, and this is alleged. I've not confirmed this. That's why I'm saying alleged on this particular part. Have already had jumped him at a party like a week or two prior,
They didn't even know each
and
other.
it wasn't even
Exactly,
a knife. It was a
exactly,
cleat
bro.
cleaner.
Should I
They
talk
So
don't
to
hold
even
you
on. So
know
I
each
do want to
other.
hear from.
Should
I
I
want to hear
talk
from
to
social.
you
Go
when
ahead.
you're turning the dogs on me, the hose on me, or legislation on me, or disenfranchisement, or redlining? When should I talk? Because we've been talking. We've been talking.
You've been told by your parents stuff that's
We-
not true too,
Listen,
but you
bro.
buy
Let me tell you
into it.
something.
Hold on. What do you
I
think,
can
Wayne? What do
understand
you
that.
think
Listen,
we've been told by our parents that's
I
not
understand
true?
that you may have a speech impediment that
That
may
was false.
also
Exactly. That's
tie
why I
into
said
an
it allegedly.
IEP
So I
and a
don't know.
lack of understanding. But let me explain something to you. You, we have never, black people have not lived under any disillusions. Let me explain that to you.
That's not
We
true
have
because
not
you're living
lived
on one
under any
right now.
disillusions of grandeur, disillusions of supremacy, disillusions of better than anyone. We have not lived under these disillusions. So all of you coal miners, welders, what else? Mechanics. What else do you do? What else do people do? Coal mine mechanics, electricians, all of the trades, you all have a basic understanding. You are called what? The compliant workforce. And you are doing the bidding of the elites who actually hold the power. Fred Hampton created the namesake of Hampton University in Hampton, Virginia. You all have been really fucking freaking lied to for like
Social, can
literally
I
the
ask you a
last 3 years.
question before you get
Hold
going
up,
on?
bro. Because if you're not really
I got a
listen to me
question,
after I just
Social. It's a
sat
simple
there and
question
listened
for you.
to the biggest bullshit
I'm
spiel
listening to
that
everything
I've
you're
heard in the
saying,
last
Social, but I
24
have a
hours,
question
if
for
you're
you.
not gonna listen, if you're not
The
open
question
to
I
a
have for
second
you is
thing,
a
don't
simple
even come up
question,
here
Social.
pretending like you're some ally.
Why are you
So
keep
if you're
bringing
not
up
Hey,
gonna
United?
listen,
money.
I'm not
How
gonna
you
listen to
You
doing?
are
you.
in the United States of
If you're
America,
not gonna
Social.
listen,
How
I'm
you
not gonna
And
doing?
get
begin.
it to
Okay,
me when
If
it's
you're
everybody,
not
y'all.
me.
gonna
One
talk, I'm not
second.
gonna listen, bro. If you want to
Social's
have
not
good
listening to
dialect
nobody.
and
Okay,
understanding,
hold
then you
on,
need to calm
Maybe
down.
hold on. Should we do one at a
Jessica,
time?
I listened to this. I listened to
Hey, you guys, please give me a follow if you're not done. So drop some coconuts for Erica in the chat. Tap the screen. Why are we not at 50K, y'all? Please, please, please. You can't mute. I don't know why. I see you got everything. You still have the moderator thing by your name. Yeah, you can still do everything. So I don't know. That you know what? Taylor told me the same thing that she couldn't mute or bring anybody up. Let's have a quick commercial break. Thank you. Yeah, let's have a quick. Hey, E Money, how you doing? This is our commercial
Hey,
break, really quick, you guys.
hey, Jess, how are you, love?
Good. How is it? Welcome to Texas.
Welcome to Texas, baby. No, I was just coming up here to say, like, hey, can we stop over talking each other, please? I beg.
But you gotta let the men speak. This is the shit that is required. Okay,
No,
listen,
baby.
hold on, G. I got this. I got this.
No.
Social justice. Erica is talking.
Yeah, I
As
got
a
this.
moderator in this space, I'm just like, can we please stop over talking because we want to protect Jessica's life. So
Mm-hmm.
that's all I came up here to say, Jess.
I love
All right.
y'all.
All
I'm
right.
so happy
Do
you're.
y'all want to say hi to Jessica?
And I agree with you.
My
Thank
gosh.
you
All
for
right.
coming up and
We
doing that.
have we have Pickles, we have Mermaid, we have Johnny,
You
and
don't
we
agree
have
with me.
No Raz.
Hey y'all.
Stop being
You
passive
are so
aggressive. Get a
ridiculous.
man and let your balls drop. You don't agree with me, bro.
Oh
No,
my
you don't.
gosh, those are justice. Like, are
I
you
love you,
okay?
social. I'm gonna have to do it one at a time.
Are you
Hey, Sunkiss.
okay? Like, oh my gosh. Okay, Jess, I was just coming to say hi. I love you.
Okay, tell everybody I said hi. I hope you guys have
Will
a good
do,
time.
babes.
I love
All
you,
right,
sis. Y'all
bye.
be safe out
You
there.
too,
Thank you.
Daquan.
Y'all
Hey,
be
bye.
safe. Okay, so I came up here because I am sick and the fucking screaming is hurting the hell out of my head. If y'all get up here, and I don't even drop people, if y'all get out here and y'all cannot have a conversation, and when the host is talking and y'all don't shut up, I'm gonna drop y'all. Friendly or not, I am going to drop y'all. This is her space. This is like walking into somebody's house. You don't just go in their refrigerator or use their bathroom without opening or asking. Have respect. Have a conversation. This is the problem with our society now. We cannot have a conversation to get past shit to make our fucking society better. And with
I
that, I'm
appreciate
gonna
that.
go on mute.
No, you're
I
right. You're
appreciate
100% right. Respect the
Mhm.
host. It's a platform. And it just seems like social was going through all the reasons why we can't get along instead of uniting as citizens, as Americans, as brothers and sisters, uniting. There is nothing that can stop you from achieving all your dreams. Stop letting the past act like it's dictating what you can't achieve in life. This is America.
Right.
This is
So
America.
I think that one, it was not his intention to unalive anybody. I think it was out of self defense. He asked, "Was the guy okay?" Showing that he has empathy. He's never been in any type of trouble. Makes straight A's, like a great kid. So it doesn't seem like I'm. You don't just go from being a great kid to wanting to unalive somebody and caring afterwards. So that's why I would definitely have to. I feel like it's just self defense, and then also to the brother kind of admitted that they had approached him and they were trying to move him and stuff like that. So either way, they brought the problem to him,
Okay, but
and
what if they
Mhm.
find out that there was no touching him at all? Then is it still self defense?
But
If they
Wayne,
didn't put a hand on him, then
let
what
me,
would it be?
Wayne, let me explain something for you. First of all, Texas has a stand your ground law, which means you don't have to retreat.
I know what stand your ground. I have it in my state. I
Okay,
have consent carry.
okay, let me finish. You don't have to retreat. Somebody does not have to touch you for you to feel like you're in threat. They don't have to touch you. If,
Okay, I got to stop you there
if
because you're
it's
wrong.
two people, no.
Physical threat is
If
different
if
than
it's
physical
two
harm of
people,
life.
if
There's
it's
a difference in
two,
that.
no, Wayne. If there's two people and you feel like your life is in danger,
Bodily harm, not danger.
no.
Bodily harm. That's what the law states. You have to be in bodily harm to use deadly force. That's what it is.
Do you know
Concealed
which part
carry.
of the law that
Wayne,
is?
Bodily harm. You
Wayne,
cannot. I
So
can't just if I see somebody committing a certain crime, I can't just go out and use my firearm. But I can use my firearm if a child.
Wayne,
oh yeah, thank you for the $20 donuts. It said passing the plate on
Wayne. Let me explain something to you because
passing the plate on Mr. Eric Geriatric Eric Cartman. Is that Eric? Drop some coconuts for all y'all in the chat, y'all. I love you. And we have officially started passing around the plate, you guys.
Wayne, I
But
need you to.
in this says two men. Carmelo had the right to defend himself when approached and physically threatened by the guy and his brother. The law clearly states that self-defense is justified when an individual is not the aggressor. The two men, not one, which is also crucial as explained later, took it upon themselves to approach Carmelo, make physical contact with him, and threaten him. So they've made physical contact and threatened him. Carmelo was simply reacting to an escalating situation that was thrust upon him. The lack of provocation is crucial as it directly impacts the legitimacy of Carmelo's self defense claim under Texas law.
But Wayne, also listen to what you said. You said if you witness somebody committing a crime, he didn't witness nobody committing a crime. They came towards him and tried to get him to move out of their tent with force or threat or whatever. That is, you can claim that you were in fear for your life. There's two people against one. But let me ask you this, because the same thing happened in Texas to George Zimmerman and Tavon Martin.
No, that is totally
That was
different.
in
What
Florida, I
Cinnamon
think.
did was an
Florida.
illegally act that he was told not to follow a 17-year-old
And he
child.
still got
Young
off
man
on
did
it.
not listen to the police
And
officer
and he
on
And
still
he
got
dispatch.
still and
he
they
That
still
man
still he
should
got
have
still
been
didn't do it.
convicted.
and
We
he
cannot
still
He
use
still
that
didn't
case
get
as
but
Zinnerman had self-defense because he didn't. He's the one
okay.
that did what he
Wayne,
did.
Wayne,
He broke the law
can I
completely.
finish? Wayne, can I
hold
finish
on.
what I was saying?
Susie, thank you for the $10 for $5 more on Carmen. Drop some coconuts for Susie in the chat. It just officially went up to 25. Go ahead.
So
When a
Wayne,
law
let me
enforcement
wait,
tells
hold
you
on,
not to
Wayne,
follow
Wayne,
somebody and you follow them and you're armed and you have a concealed carry firearm on you and you follow somebody and then you get in an
Wayne,
altercation, you are
Wayne,
committing an
Wayne,
act of criminal.
So, so
Wayne,
why didn't
What
George
Zinnerman
Zimmerman
did
go
was
to
a crime.
jail?
He should have been convicted.
Wayne, can I
But why
finish
he?
what I
Well,
was
hold on. But why
saying?
do you think he didn't?
Why?
Why do you think he wasn't convicted?
Because the prosecution messed that case up from one end to the other. The man should have been convicted, and he should have been convicted if the man didn't go after him for first degree murder. Should have went after him for homicide. Because what he did to that child was he stalked that child, he followed that child, he had a weapon on him, and he used that when he approached that child and physically got into an altercation with that child. When the
And what
police
about Kyle
dispatch
Rittenhouse?
lady said, "Do not follow him," he
What
followed him.
about Kyle Rittenhouse?
I can name so many other cases, but Wayne,
Like we're seeing a pattern here.
let me finish what I was trying to tell you. So like I was saying, Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman, the same party that you voted for, are sitting there
Let's
still
not use the
saying,
party, okay? Because that's
hold
just
on.
let's not go there.
The same party that you voted with is still saying that man
Let's
is
just
innocent
stick
to
with the
this
facts.
day.
This is not a race
Oh,
thing. Let's not go
it's
there.
not.
Hold on.
Oh my
Why? Hold
gosh.
on. Why?
What the
Why
fuck
do
does
you
race have to do
automatically
with this?
assume?
God damn it.
Hold on, Aquan. Why do you automatically assume that the election has to do with race?
Because it usually does. Because people don't like Trump and they want to say he's a 35 felon and all that crap instead of just sticking with the facts. None
But
of
I
these
mean, but that don't
boards
have to
were
do. He
racist.
is a
None of these boards
34
were
count
racist.
felon. But that what? Why did you automatically
Protesting war,
think?
that's the problem. It was an
Why did you?
altercation. And the altercation got out of hand, and a young man's life is on a life because of it. But it has nothing to do
Right.
with race. People are making it have
Uh,
to do with race. It has
do
nothing to
no
do
no
with
Trump has
race.
no.
a lot to do with race, actually. And Trump is also a racist. You voting for him means that you
On
support
some
race.
other stuff too.
And I didn't make it about race, but you know who did? This is, see, you're not trying to let me finish. Please stay on mute while I finish. So the same party that you voted with is saying that Zimmerman is still innocent. The same party you voted with are going on freaking tours making a claim that black people are just attacking white people out here, left and freaking right.
And the party that you vote for wants to kill babies. So does that make me say that all of you are that way? No, it doesn't.
Are
So
you
can we
okay?
knock off the
Are you
bullshit?
okay?
Can we knock it off?
Okay, so first of
Okay,
all,
hold on. No, y'all stop. Hold on. Okay, let's just take a quick commercial break. Give me a follow if you're not done. So can you set the screen? Let's get up to 100K. Do you stand with Carmelo Anthony? And we're not talking about the basketball player, you guys. For the first time, we're going for 100 heart hands. So let's see how if we could do that before the end of the live. Always the best way to support the live is via Cash App and or Venmo. The pay links are in the bio. We have $288 left in the nightly go. There is also $25 in the plate already. And oh, and oh, please drop some coconuts. Now, even though you didn't tell us you voted for Trump, but now we know you voted for Trump. And even though you voted for the dictator, we still believe in democracy here, Wayne. Now, the chat has officially voted you out for tonight. Maybe
Please.
and sit with some of the information and come back tomorrow. But Susie said, "Baby, thank you for the $25."
Host, please don't.
Hold on, ain't that from? Hold on, ain't that from South Park? Fuck Carmen.
Oh,
Fuck Carmen.
Host, I wanted to debate him in the worst way. I was hoping you were going to let him stay up there.
I mean, I do let them up, but sometimes the chat is either
I
over
know.
it,
Listen,
triggered, and they
I'm
have
triggered by his
collective. They
ignorance.
say we vote together, like we're done.
I know, but I was triggered by his ignorance, by him.
That's why I said triggered. And some of the chat is triggered. They say I don't want to hear it no more. Hey, come on, the partner Hawaiians.
In a respectful way, he, like everybody else that voted for Trump, they see one thing. They see a white, blonde hair, blue eyes fool. I have other choice names for this buffoon, but I'm gonna be nice. But they look from a white scope. They only see one thing. Just like the whole situation, unfortunately, with Carmelo Anthony, is they see one thing. They see an African American, so he's automatically guilty. Doesn't matter as far as him going into the tent. I really don't care. As far as him,
Roger. I'm so sorry. Really, really quick. I do want to be fair.
I'm sorry.
Sedan's been waiting pretty patiently.
I apologize.
No worries.
I'm definitely for Karmelo Anthony. I'm for self-defense.
Yes.
Two big boys coming up to him. And when we saw the tent footage, he seemed very respectful, even then he wasn't even being the aggressor at all. I stand with self-defense. That's it. And unfortunately, in this country, until we give the same energy to the white cis heterosexual men who shoot up pew pew schools, they give me that same energy when it comes to Karmelo Anthony. First, give me that energy when it comes to them. He didn't come into the track meet or whatever to just harm someone. No, it was self-defense. But y'all don't give that same energy to the white men who literally pew pew schools. They are the most demographic of people that make up the mass pew pewers in this nation. And you guys don't have that energy for him. So until y'all have that energy for them, then maybe I'll care. Care. But until then, no, I don't care. I don't care. God forbid a black kid defends himself. God forbid he uses self-defense. God forbid a white boy lost his life. You guys don't care if it's a school pew-pewing.
Yeah.
But you guys now care because it involves a black man doing the unaliving. That's the only why. But okay, yeah, that's it. And also, you voted for Trump. That just tells me everything about your character. You're racist. You support dictatorship. You are violent. You also support great. So that's it. That's how I feel. But yeah, thank you. That's all. Bye.
Thank you. I appreciate you, though. W. Sedan in the chat. She's absolutely right. And then also, too, why is it that, when it happens this way, it's like, we all need to talk. You need to calm down. We got to communicate. And technically, back in your day, yeah, y'all would fight, but y'all would fight each other. But when it came to black kids, even back in your day, y'all would break it. Y'all go tell your uncle. Y'all would get all your rest of your husbands, uncle daddies, and ram that black person's house, string him up on a tree, or put him in somewhere back somewhere. Don't act like back then it was going down like that. Okay, go ahead, Roger. You was on to something too. Ah.
I'm on your live. If I'm not on your live, I got other words to say about him. He wants all the black and brown people out of here, but he, as we would say in the hood, and I'm not there no more, but that's where I was raised. Bruh, all them white South Africans you don't want. Send him over here. We'll give him asylum and do whatever. Carmelo Anthony. I'm sorry, I got a sinus infection. Carmelo Anthony, his only crime. Let me phrase that another way, because he didn't have any crime. But in their eyes, his only crime was his color, the color of his skin.
Black.
And I come back to this for a reason. Had he been white, there would have been no discussion about a 10.
Nope.
Had he been white, there would have been no discussion about whether his I heard about his GPA average. Well, my rebuttal to that is go look up Donald Trump's GPA when his father bribed and donated all the money to get him into a school and he didn't even do shit.
Yeah. We don't even know if he graduated.
Nothing wrong.
Why you drop me? I'm sorry, real quick. Drop some coconuts for the Department of YN Activities for the $50 dono that said, please drop Wormworthy. Hold on. Wormworthy Felonious the third. This is signed off the Department of YN Activities. Drop some coconuts for the DPT in the building. Okay, y'all. Oh my God, y'all. Baby, the YN's not playing tonight. Go ahead.
All right. Here's a couple things. A young man, a little boy, just got ran over. African American. Where's the conversation about this? Where are they going nuts? They're not.
Oh, they don't care.
My point in case, and they all say, "Oh, this isn't about race," and they go on, and it's crazy because this just happened.
Yeah.
Yet they're not going on about this.
And the man only came back to get his mirror that fell off.
Yeah. But here's the epitome of it. And I'm not going on this because everybody's talking about it. I watched Kyle Rittenhouse's case intently. What's appalling to me is the fact that he made a video prior to the events, sat in a vehicle. I don't know, it was with his white racist mother because I watched her facial expressions through the entire trial. But he sat in there with a pew-pew, with somebody next to him, boldly taking a video, which, by the way, the white judge in the courtroom wouldn't allow. That would have shown his mindset. Several African Americans were across the street. I seen another video, the same thing, but how you pick things up as you see it again. They were at a CVS. He went on to say what he would like to do with that pew-pew with them African Americans. Then the fact that on video, he has a pew-pew, which at 17 years old, it was illegal. He should have been charged for that. Again, now he goes across state lines, which becomes federal. White officers see him, and they let him pass. But in white people's minds, oh, he was just defending himself, excuse my language, like Forrest motherfucking Gump. Bullshit. Had he stayed his racist ass home, that would have never happened. But we'll get better. In my 56 years, and I've watched history, emboldened to be able to be an accused unaliver, allowed to have your arms around the presiding white judge, why that son of a bitch, I'm sorry for cussing, but that motherfucker the judge had the camera taking a selfie of this racist piece of shit with his arms around him. What does their president do? Gives him a commendation.
Yep.
And
he's up at the games with him.
But here, hold that thought for a moment. Not only gave him an accommodation, but now he's teaching a class, from my understand, about pew-pews. And he's making a ton of money. They go on about Karmelo Anthony, and they want to sit there and say, oh, he's spending this money, and he's buying a... happy for him if he is, but I don't think that's the case. But when everything going on with Kyle Rittenhouse, they don't have a problem with that. Now come back to Trump. He just did a thing the other day. Now, when George Floyd died, I didn't hear him say anything other than deal with it. When several other African Americans were in a similar situation, I didn't hear him up in the Oval Office saying that was a concern, like he's doing with the young man that unfortunately got, unalive. That's a concern for him. But whenever it's an African American, yet they all want to sit here and say, this ain't race. Oh, what happened back then has nothing to do with us now. Newsflash, slavery goes on and exists presently to this day. the unjust, the crimes that go on, it's sickening. So any white person that stands up here and gets up here and has what they got to say, no, and the first things that are coming out of their mouth, it's about justification for the white guy. Or I'm also sick and tired of you people. That's the first words that come out. You people. We didn't have nothing to do with you people or you this problem. One guy was sitting there and he was talking. Then I'll land it because I go on and on. He went to give an example. He says, I went into this bad area and there was a bunch of black people there. And I'm not racist, but I went up to him and says, I don't want no problems. I looked at this fool. I says, which part of that story wasn't racist? Them people, or I'm not here for trouble, or what? The asinine shit that comes out their mouth is just beyond anything. And I'll land it with this. I don't know if I said this or not before. They're so, if anybody wants a clue of their lies and what their deceit and what they do, go into a church and look. The first thing you're going to see is a white Jesus up there. Unequivocally impossible for Christ to be white. It's impossible. We all stem one way or the other, whether people like it or not, from Africa. We didn't stem from here. And lastly, where he wants to deport all these black and brown people out of here, I don't call them that. This is what he calls them. It's kind of funny. They're trying to, where they stole the land from the Native Americans, they're taking them to court to try and discredit any ownership. Kind of funny. It kind of seems like we're going back to where it was. They're doing the same thing all over again.
It's trying to sound like he said he was going to make America great again by taking it back, and that's exactly
because America's never been great. If they call that great, then they're saying exactly another omittance. We want slavery back. We want things the way they were. And to all you white people, I'm gonna right now, this motherfucker gonna be the first one on the fucking line, and I won't hesitate. I'll leave it at that. Because
thank you so much, Roger. I appreciate you. Y'all drop some W Rogers in the chat too. Nope. Welcome in.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How about
my name is Jameson. I'm 63. I was in the military for 31 years, and there's a couple of things that you're welcome. We hate hearing that, but thank you. I don't know why we hate it. I don't know. But every veteran I know, they're like, I know because we know where it's coming from. It's coming from a good place, but it's cringe anyway. It doesn't matter. What I was going to say, maybe it has been mentioned before, but let me backtrack and just go up against because there is righteous comparison between Rittenhouse, and what you would call it, Austin. And with the one with Rittenhouse, because they're talking about the legality of it being, according to ordinance, the right size blade and stuff like that. I think we've all heard that.
Yeah, if you don't mind, really quick,
and
are
then,
are you sitting with or against Karmelo Anthony? Just so we know for the premises.
I'm leaning towards him. I'm a devout independent, so I don't but I'm heavily leaning towards him.
Okay.
But then again, it upsets me also when people don't have the full scope. They're not in that courtroom because we haven't had a court date yet. Already pick sides. They've already done their 10 into the ground. And I know the reason why black people do it is because we've seen it happen ever since the two guys got off with Emmett Till. We know how the law treats us differently. So I can understand that. But going back to and I can tell you where I got this argument from real quick, because white people had their head exploded when I tell them this. The present day Second Amendment argument that they have today, who was it by? It was by the two leaders that started up the Black Panthers, Bobby Seale. They literally went to court for this because at that time the NRA, the conservatives, didn't want black folk to have guns, right? But then,
Auntie, is that you? I'm so sorry, really quick. Trina, thank you for the $10 dono. Said this is for the positive vibes in the midst of the crazy. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Drop some coconuts for Trina. Thank you.
I'll wrap this up in like a minute. But I haven't heard this argument yet. The Second Amendment, you got to bear arms, right? arms is a wide variety. They didn't put a knife specifically at the time, swords, they said arms across the board.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's your constitutional right, then no county law, no school policy, no nothing can stop
That's
him
so
for
true.
exercising that right.
That's so
What's that?
true. That's so
You know what I
true.
mean? So they're trying to say he shouldn't have been there because the same argument was I would use against Rittenhouse. They said that the other guy pulled out the gun. It's not until he exchanged fire with you till you're defending yourself, because otherwise the dude that was at the
He didn't walk in the
rally,
face.
he's just exercising his right too. That was it. He didn't
Yeah.
pull off the first bullet. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, but I do know that, and I always tell my wife this. I'm like, when you try to have a conversation, with these dum sometimes, you ain't going to change what they have to say. But I always say, when we bring up all these different righteous examples, and I know you guys are going to hear this before, but well, that's different. No matter what, no, how many different comparisons we come into the table to try to get people to understand this, they're like, well, yeah, that was different.
Mm-hmm.
Of
It's
course it was
always
different. Every time I brought up anything, it's different.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, and I agree with you, it's different, but we know what the difference is. It's not what you think it is.
The difference that they don't want to say.
So,
I'm like,
yeah.
I'd really respect
So
it more if you just fucking say it, so we can move on and then be able to fight the real thing. But thank you so much, Nope. I appreciate you for coming up, Low.
I'm sorry, it was a little long-winded, but
No, you're good. Thank you. Is it Leah? Really quick, you guys give me a follow if you have not done so. Tap the screen. We have 223 people here. We get to 100K literally in like the next 5 minutes. We'll just make it 6 by 11:25, or we'll go back on a what's that called? A sub only chat. Welcome in. How are you, darling?
You have to unmute.
Oh, let me send her a thing to unmute. Maybe it'll help. Is it working for you? Teach your brats to keep your hands off others. That part, Trina, because I know us. And it wasn't a knife, Leah. It was a tool to be able to clean his cleats as an athlete. So I know the first thing that came out that it was a knife, but it wasn't necessarily a knife as a weapon. It was something to clean his cleats with. I don't know if you run track, but when you are out there, and especially in the grass and in the sand, no, that's something that they all have to have, the athletes have, because you can talk now. You're not on mute anymore.
Yeah, you're not on mute. But secondly, there was no police report that was released that's saying that it was a knife. There's no police report released that's saying that he was charged with carrying a knife on school grounds. So y'all just getting these claims from Twitter. There's no police report that is released at all at this moment. Just like y'all running around here making the claim that his family used the GoFundMe money to buy a house that they've been in for about 2 or 3 years, and the neighbors confirm this. Also, a truck that they have for over a year. Y'all have to stop reading Twitter. Actually, no police report was released.
The arrest report is available in PDF form. Where can I get it? Where can I get it? Leah, you can just speak, darling. You're not
I don't know
on
how.
mute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've never done
Yes,
one
go
of these.
ahead.
I've never done one of these. I was like, can I talk?
Yes, go ahead, darling.
No, I'm just saying. I've been, sitting back watching this whole situation. And I have black family members. I have white family members. I'm white. I have black family members. It doesn't matter. I'm not turning this into a race issue. All I'm saying, huh?
Oh, I was speaking to somebody who came in. Go ahead. My bad.
All I'm saying is don't bring any weapons to a freaking school event I mean, to me, it sounds like it's a little premeditated. I don't know.
Yeah.
So it's
And I am not
all
a
of the
racist, so don't
I'm
come
saying,
after me.
Leia, but the athletes, please, y'all don't mute her, please, because she can't.
Yeah,
She don't have time unmuting.
don't.
Why are they turning me off?
No, that was an
It was a
accident.
mistake.
What was I about to say?
I'll be honest,
you-
it was
have-
me. I thought I was on my mic, but I still had her up. And so I muted her thinking I was muting myself. So that was me.
No problem.
Okay, I was just like, what did I say bad? I usually
yes,
don't even
it was.
correspond with all this. I'm just trying to learn. I
No,
really
right.
am.
It was so it wasn't a weapon. I don't know. Are you into sports? Do you play sports?
Oh, I played sports my whole life.
Did you
I ran
run track?
my whole life. I played
Right. So
basketball
you
my whole life.
know that
I know what yes, I know that.
right.
And
But
you know what a cleat key is and a cleat cleaner because I played track and I played football. And you get cleat cleaners, which is also a cleat knife.
Right.
Like I keep saying, there's no official report that is released that is saying he had a knife, nor that he had a weapon on school grounds.
I hope not.
The only thing he is being charged with as of now is, I believe, murder.
Well,
Or
yeah,
manslaughter.
but I'm just saying it wouldn't
I
have
don't think there's like
happened.
an official. I
It
mean,
wouldn't
whatever the charge
happen.
was, the judge lessened it and lessened his bond. So
But
that
he has
could get out.
bond because his family couldn't afford the bond. Who could? Who could afford?
She also lessened the charge too, which also lessened
Yeah.
the bond because it had to be premeditated. And if all of these athletes have these
Right. If they have
these tools for their
right.
cleats, that's something that they're going to have in a
They're
school
gonna have
event
to
because
address it.
so that's what you would need. And I wish we would address the Second Amendment and these pum-pums because we
Yeah,
just had
I'll get you.
another school shooting like 2 days before, right?
I got
Like 2
you.
days ago,
Yeah.
like 2 or
No,
3
I
days
got
ago.
you on that 100%.
So
But
don't
be bringing something sharp to it.
No, they have, but this is the thing, Leah.
I
They have to.
know. Well,
So
they're
that's
going to
you
figure out
can't
a way to figure this shit out then.
right. So we can't say that it was premeditated when it's just something that
I'm not. Look,
you said it seemed a little premeditated. Let's be fair.
It did. I'm not
But
gonna lie.
but if we're thinking critically, we have
I
this
am
guy.
critical.
No. Listen. No. I'm gonna lay out something.
Okay.
He never been in trouble.
Okay. Oh,
Straight A's.
No. Look at pull up his. He's got a record.
No, he doesn't. He's never been in trouble.
No. He really has. He was getting ready to be expelled from school, but he couldn't be.
What was he gonna be expelled from school?
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a lot of hearsay, but
no. He has no record.
Okay.
Leah,
He's never been in trouble.
Yes, Leah. This is why I said stop listening to Twitter and stuff. He does not have. He has no.
I am here talking to y'all because I want to learn. That's why I'm
Leah,
here.
will we think somebody who's never been in trouble,
right?
Never, nothing, straight A's, track star, good kid, great family. Why would we think all of a sudden he wants to premeditate?
Well, I know the world's gone.
I mean, if we were thinking
crazy.
critically, that wouldn't make sense.
No, I know, but the world's gone batshit crazy. Everybody's gone crazy. So I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, shit, had a bad day.
So Leah, let me give you another line.
But that wouldn't be a premeditated thing. That would be, I was under a tent and 2 guys approached me and threatening my life, and I'm trying to defend myself. Had a bad day.
Maybe. I don't know. I really need more details before I even judge anything.
Yeah. So Leah, let me give you another a thing they try to lie about. As soon as it happened, they try to say he didn't have a father in the house. His mother and father been married for 17 years, and there's 3 kids, I believe it is. This is why y'all have to stop listening to everything on the internet until all the facts come out. I'm not saying
I saw his family. I saw his family at the courthouse.
But that's the reason. I am not saying he's innocent or guilty until everything is presented.
And they got money, so it wasn't even about like not having the money for the bill.
No, I wasn't even judging about that. I don't have a problem with that.
No, I know. You said that they couldn't pay that bill, so they dropped it. But they dropped the bill because they dropped the charge.
But they couldn't. Who can afford $1 million bail? I mean, come on.
The house that
shout out to everybody that donated.
The house that they own, Leah, is if I'm not wrong, I looked it up on Zell.
I think it's a rental.
No, it's not a rental. This is why y'all gotta stop looking at information because
not you said they rent their house, Leah. You funny.
Yeah, Twitter
I swear
is.
to God, I heard they're renting it.
Twitter is.
Even if they was,
I don't care.
What would be? I literally just saw this stuff. Some post about like you own the house with the LLC and you pay rent to yourself. You know, that's how you.
No, not if like somebody else may own the house.
Leah,
and they're renting them from.
But no, Leah.
Hold on. Even if they was, first of all, they got enough money. They've donated enough money as well. I think they made around 500. Kyle Rittenhouse had a poo and said that I will.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
No. Hold on. 1 second. I'm reading a dono. That's what they're saying. Give me 1 second. Let's take a quick little commercial break. I see a lot of notifications coming up.
Oh, they're listening to me. They're going, oh God, I hate that woman.
Kyle Rittenhouse had a pew and said that I will use it, basically. And then he still got off. Thank you for the $2 dono. Do some. Did you get the link to the Discord? 1 second. Oh, and we still not at, are we at 100K? We about to go in a sub only chat, you guys.
76.
Oh, that's one of the reasons why I was coming up too, because I said 75K over an hour ago. I done fed this baby, bathed this baby. She about to go to bed, and we're still not at 100K. So that's one of the reasons why I was coming up. I need people to tap the screen. I need for you to send your daily heart right next to the featured, right above her head, right there. And I need you to tap the screen and gift the panel when they come up out of respect, please. You have people up here who have great insight. Hey, Leah.
I'm trying. Yes.
Leah, bring it down. Bring it down, Mama. Bring it down. And then let me talk, Mama. Please. And please,
turn off so you can talk?
Honey, please. Please, by all means, subscribe.
You know, while it's our time, and then I promise, Leah, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna include the people into the conversation. Hey, come on, hey, gorgeous, that's me, y'all.
Her live gift goals are above her head. It's the heart, hands with the heart, and you have a little star above star as well. That's their subscription. If you could please subscribe. You can also get it down in the left-hand corner next to the text box. If you don't do it now and tap the screen, we will go back to sub-only chat, and then you cannot vent your frustrations on anyone other than with your left hand in your lap. That's all I said. I said it.
Thank you. That dude Al, thank you for the subscription. Drop some coconuts for Al, because even Al knows it, baby. They are not like us. I appreciate you. I want to see some coconuts. Thank you so much. Please, I'm gonna pin the heart hands for everybody. And then I also too is it Bime?
Yeah, dime bag, but just switch the B and D.
Bomb dag. Okay. So you dyslexic like me.
Exactly.
Can I just fact check the claim real quick, sis?
Hold on.
But yeah, no, I was saying I love your. I'm new, but I love your life. Like everyone
Thank
here
you.
is like chill. So even the opposition, like there's not a lot of disrespect here.
I appreciate that.
No problem. Do I need to say my case, or are you just introducing me?
Yeah. Well, welcome to the chat. I know I kind of messed up your name. What did you want to add? When are you with or against Karmelo Anthony?
God, it's such an easy but hard question. I really wanted to just comment on like the cleat cleaner situation, because like if for anyone that did run track or like played baseball or anything that involved cleats, because that's what I did, we didn't have we had there was pads, and there were these soft things for cleat, like we would use butter knives, butter pointers, whatever, to clean our cleats out. So like I feel like if you have something that pokey, even though you use it as a cleat cleaner, you can use it as something else. And I think that was the situation there, because there was always people using their own crap to clean their cleats out.
Because the thing that was that, like you said, you had wasn't really working.
Yeah, well, no, it was just one of those preferences we had. Like we didn't want to walk all the way to that.
I had one of the little popsicle things.
Yeah, exactly. And they had 3 pads, like they were like platforms you walked on to scrape your cleats off, and then they had the mobile ones, which was like a scrub brush. But for me, like I always use a butter knife, and that was just. And people like I had friends in baseball that would use like pocket knives, and just even they should have brought it to school. But I feel like that's more of the situation that was going on. But at the same time, everyone keeps bringing in the Rittenhouse thing, and this is my last thing I'll say, and I'll let someone else speak. But for someone that, even though they were like instigating, like, "Hey, do something to me," but all the videos I saw were him just standing there with his open carry, and he got battered with the skateboard and punched and pointed a pew pew at him. And everyone that I've noticed, this is becoming like a Democratic Republican thing. It's not based on race. It's not based on this or that. It's most of the laws I see are either minorities or extreme leftists that are defending this, and that's what's sad. That's what's causing this division and all this spectacle of something that was just two stupid teenagers, with testosterone that just got, sadly someone unalived because of it. And I think it's getting misconstrued.
When you saw them assaulting, when you saw them assaulting Carmelo, what do you think he should have done?
In that instance, like everyone else has said, there's not enough evidence to know exactly what happened. But if I'm basing it off
No. I said, what do you think he should have done? Like, to not be a quote unquote stupid teenager, what do you think he should have done?
I mean, this is my own personal experience. Like I played sports, like things get heated, whether he's in some tent or not. If it were me getting shoved or whatever, I would shove back. I wouldn't immediately think of I'm going to grab this thingy and try to, unless I feel like I was in dire danger as far as being unalived or something. I mean, and that's happened before. I mean, anyone
Right.
that's my age has grown up like, I mean, their bullying will always be a thing as well. And I've had to stand my ground, and other people as well, with no unaliving happening. But that would be the same way as if I was out at a public place and got in a scrap, even though they were the aggressor. If I accidentally unalived them, at the very least, it would be a manslaughter charge, which has happened, more than it should, and especially in the U.S. But there needs to be some type of the court case will, I think, once all the evidence and the video footage, which won't get released till after the court case, I think that's going to be the deciding factor. But because I know there's camera footage, but it's one of those things where we need to stop having such division before we hear it all and see everything for ourselves to have an actual diagnosis on the situation. And I think it's just causing more divide, us debating on it, because it was just a tragedy, regardless of what happened for the U.S. and for every minority, every class.
I definitely think people are taking it for their own political views, like the January 6er that orchestrated the protest and said that, white people are being oppressed by black thugs every single day, and we need to protest and stand up for white whatever. Literally, his words. So he's using it, and then even the dad said, "Take it down, take my son off your website." Even though he's said that, they're using it for their own political gain. So, but yeah, I too do think if I'm 130 pounds, ish, and 2'6" whatever guys, 250 are coming, both standing over me, threatening me or assaulting me. Maybe you never know. Maybe them punches hurt.
Yeah.
Maybe I felt like my life was in
Did you hear where
danger.
the other twin was getting? Is this true or not? I've heard this in another live. That the other twin's getting charged possibly for.
The you know what, the twin, depending on all of the evidence, considering the fact that he's already implicated himself, and if the guy gets off, I mean, if Carmelo is proven to be innocent, as I think that he is, um the guy, if because they provoked him, they provoked the incident, and so he
Yeah,
could
like
be charged with his
association,
own
basically.
brother's unaliving.
See, that's what I was wondering, because if that was the case, the two people that Rittenhouse unfortunately had to unalive, like the people that helped instigate that whole scenario, none of them got put on trial or even looked at for that. If anything, they testified against him. That's where I think it becomes a Democratic versus Republican thing. And I'm
Because
independent.
I
Like
know people
I think
in
both sides are messed up, in my opinion. But I think that's the basis of our country when things like this happen. The same with him. Same with Zimmerman. Same with Rittenhouse, like it's all, if you notice the people, it's a pattern. It's mostly Democratic versus Republican. Even in the lives that I've been in, me and my buddy did like 135 lives, and 90% of them were either BLK people or extreme leftists. And it's not even about the actual action now. It's based off a narrative that people want to push to gain certain control over people's mindsets, and I think it's terrible. I think it's awful.
Thank you for that. Susie, welcome into the chat. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm blessed and highly favored.
Yes, amen. Look at God. Just continuously blessing people. All the time.
All the time.
Like, won't he will?
Yeah.
Will he won't?
So, Susie, welcome in. How you been?
Thank you. I've been good. How about you?
I've been doing good. You guys, just because we got out of sub chat, still please keep tapping the screen, guys. Let's get to 150 now.
Tap,
yes,
what
would you like
tap.
Are you for or against Karmelo Anthony?
Oh, I'm for Karmelo. I'm for both Karmelos.
Say.
Baby Karmelo. You know.
Oh, thank you, Verna.
I came up because I wanted to make friends with Lee. You know, she was hitting on all of the main points. I just wanted to talk to her real quick. You know, she was talking about she had Black family, friends, you know, so I just want to talk to her, bust my little rap routine, you know, talk about what you mean you got Black family. Like what the fuck that mean? You know, we family. You know, I got white family. What the fuck that mean? I ran track. So
it's interesting. Yeah, what that mean? Yeah, I'm ready to rock and roll, and I want to know too.
Yeah, I'm like, I want to know what that means. And then when she was like, "Well, I'm just trying to learn," but you saying a whole lot of ignorant stuff, so it doesn't sound like you trying to learn. And then it was like, "Well, that's not their house; they're renting it."
Girl, you all in them folks' business,
right? You all in these folks' Kool-Aid, don't know the flavor. But we know you got some potato salad in your house with raisins in it.
That all started from a Twitter tweet that the New York Post then picked up and posted about it. This is why I tell y'all to stop reading the New York Post. The New York Post is a freaking comic book in New York.
Not a comic book.
It's a comic book.
Just a dirty rag. Just a rag.
Can I just say this?
I like that.
Before I go.
Seems very accurate.
Before I go back on Silo, here's my issue. When Mike Brown and Trayvon Martin, back when y'all were youngins, came out and they were saying, those are grown-ass men. That's a grown man. That's a grown man. But meanwhile, the Duggars, whose son was S.A.ing his sisters and S.A.ing other kids, oh, he's just a child at 21. He's just a child. This is my problem. So you can talk about all that stuff if you want to. All I'm asking is that you see Black children as Black children. Or if you're going to call this Black kid at 18 that just happens to be 6'4", an adult, and you're going to call this white kid over here a child, you got to keep, no, they both adults then. I'm just asking for equality on when you look at our children. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking that pigment is not a determination of someone being all of a sudden ready for your slave labor. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking you to drop the slave terms of putting us as some kind of labor force before humanity. And until we can see that and get that dropped, this is always on some level going to be about race. It is what it is. It doesn't even matter the fucking crime. I'm just asking to be equal and have children that don't even look like my kid necessarily be seen as equal to yours. That's all I want. So when we have these conversations, don't come at me with this ain't about race. Some fuckery.
Facts.
I'm
May I
glad
add-
I was
losing
under the
their
impression
mind.
that this wasn't about race, but I'm glad you said that because I agree.
But it very much is,
definitely
because
is.
I was going to add the poster child for the baby that it isn't about race, but it is the little boy that got pew-pewed by the police when he was playing with a toy pew-pew.
Tamil Rice.
Thank you.
He was the size of a 7-year-old, but he was a 7-year-old, but what size was he? He's like the size of a 10-year-old, but a 10-year-old still isn't a fucking adult.
Right. And I'm like, you can't even play cops and robbers anymore. Like that's a pastime.
Oh yeah, thank you for the dollar donut that says I have taken down.
Versus,
real quick, Bomb
Dag, the host is hosting.
Give me 1 second. Oh yeah, thank you for the dollar donut says I have taken down 6-foot male soldiers in combatives, hand-to-hand fights. What did they learn? That even though I'm 5'2", by the way, who deadlifts 340. God damn, oh y'all to the chat. Come on. You don't want no new YN activities. And female, don't corner me or I'll fight to the end and I will win. Oh yeah, you remind me of my
Oya.
Oya is a young Jess, okay?
Same thing with me.
I've
At
come so far.
125 pounds, I took down a grown ass man and crippled him. Granted, it had bad side effects such as retaliation because I destroyed his manhood. But if you are feeling threatened and someone is up on you and you know that they have an advantage, you are going to go to your core training and take it out. That's what it is.
That just sounds like a chapter. And if you feeling like a pimp, ninja, go and brush your shoulders off. That's what it sounds like.
Sorry for interrupting the host. I have like a delay, so when I started talking, I didn't hear. I just wanted to get off. I just wanted to finish what I was saying. No, I think that she proved my point so well earlier. MBW, I don't know your name, but y'all love what you said about that because it is sadly, and like I said earlier, most of the lives I've been in, it's become almost a Republican versus Democratic thing to where most people that I've seen, if they're not BLK, like everyone that's defending Carmelo are usually Democrats. I'm independent, and that's just what I've seen. So I hate that it's become about race. It should not be about race. It should be about character. It should be about the law versus basing this, bias off of someone's color, their skin. And I hate that that's where we are today. And I think that's why I think it's an agenda of a party, left versus right, where we're going to preach this narrative to keep this impression of this is a racist thing. And I hate that we can't move past that. And I wish there was a way.
I hate it too because it's like nothing is changing. We were getting somewhere. Every time we get somewhere, it's like a rinse and repeat. Because
it's sad, and I just I love that we can all come together in respectful dialogue about it. But it's never going to change until these 1%ers and the higher government decides to not just keep us thinking.
Hey, Katrina, how you feeling? You know what, Bondag? It's a great question in the chat. What do you feel like you do in helping stop that?
In helping stop it, I mean, there's nothing I can. I don't have enough power to do anything like that. All I can do is.
You can.
I have as much power as the next person, but me personally,
which is a lot of power.
When are you gonna talk to your people?
No, my people is me and my child. I don't talk to. I literally do this every night. So
your child is also your way of helping.
Yeah, my child is also a very respectful young 9-year-old that understands that he knows where he comes from. I teach him the same thing. Like, I'm not going to judge you off of this. I'm going to judge you off your character. And I don't think that
hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Oh yeah, thank you for. Oh, we got another. First of all, we got another subscriber. Drop some coconuts for Short Skirt Long. Thank you for the subscription. Drop some coconuts for them because even they know that they are not like us. Oh yeah, thank you for the dollar dono. For if you corner someone, don't be surprised when they fight instead of flight. It wouldn't let me say the rest on the other note. Oh, this is an extension. I appreciate. I love you. And 1 second, Parker's welcome in, darling.
And I also get to you a lot because y'all are one of the most respectful panels I've been on. But I gotta go because I gotta go to bed for work tomorrow. I just want to say, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming up, Dad. No problem.
Your child is how you're helping, by the way.
God.
Your child is how you're helping. You're raising them to not carry on and to counter bigotry.
No, he is helping too.
Real quick, sis.
Hold on, y'all. Let me bring Parker. You've been waiting so patiently, y'all. How you doing, darling? I feel like you came up when Leah was up here. Leah gone, he gone. He's like,
I did. I came up honestly. I came up for the YT on YT crime for since he was like, I'm gonna make a friend.
Come on, bro. Come on, Verna. Thank you for sending out subscriptions. Drop some coconuts for Verna in the chat. Why does it keep washing me out? Jaws, and if you just got a subscription, say thank you, Verna. I appreciate you. Thank you, Lo. Yeah, thank you so much.
I just wanted to make a friend. That was it.
Yeah, I don't like friends like her. The first thing she said,
Parker, I love that.
Are we trash talking Megan? I was like, bitch, please.
Exactly. Anytime you want to come up for a little white on white crime, you just let me know, okay? We're gonna shoot you right up to the top of the list. You know, it's always been entertaining why they always act like it's just happening in one place.
Hey guys, can someone drop me? I just came up to try to get these likes up. We at least at 100K. Y'all, before I log, can y'all get her to 130, please? Can you just get a girl to 130? Can you just do some subscribing and the goal? Come on.
Just being nice about it. I'm being like, tap
like your life. Tap like you playing some gambling or craps. Just tap like your life depends on it. I am logging off and I'm dropping, but I'm gonna stay in the
chat. Good night, darling. For a while. Thank you so much. We're in a subway too, you guys. Go ahead, Parker.
I was gonna say, if I'm not here to make a Southern white woman regret all of her life choices, then I might as well give you a fancy mod announcement tailored just for tonight.
Yes, because we haven't had one in so long.
I know, right? It's been a weird night, and if you're gonna listen to like a random YT person wax on for a while, it might as well be about Jessica Simone. So you have just entered a space where misinformation gets smothered out and the truth stands tall. Loud and clear and unapologetic, black and brilliant, Jessica holds this space with care, intellect, and a fire for justice that doesn't dim when the conversation gets uncomfortable. It gets sharper. Tonight, we're talking real accountability, and that includes Karmelo Anthony's case, not speculation, not spin, facts, receipts, and respect for the gravity of the conversation. If you're here for clarity, context, and community, you're in the right place. If you're here to deflect, derail, or disrespect, you can see your way out. Jessica isn't just holding the mic, she's holding the line, and here's how we support the space. Boop that screen. Every flick helps keep the algorithm from silencing the conversation. It's more than a like, it's an act of digital resistance. Share the live. These convos belong in every feed. Your repost might bring someone the clarity they didn't know they needed. And be sure to gift the host and panel, because laboring for justice, moderating a heavy convo, and educating in real time takes energy. Show up with your daily heart me's and claim your team points. Show with your roses, your galaxies, any gift that lets Jessica know she's seen. Her CA is I Am Jessica Simone, and it isn't on the screen just because it's a beautiful name. It has a purpose. Use it. Also, be sure to subscribe, become part of the core crew and the royal family that keeps this work moving. Subs get exclusive badges, priority replies, and heavy conversations, access to a community-only content, we love a Discord server, and a seat in a space where nuance isn't just allowed, it's required. So reminders for the room. Drink your water, hydrated, minds stay sharp. Hold your heart steady. This is real life, not just real talk. And respect your mods. They're here to keep it safe, not soft. This isn't about gossip. It's about justice. This isn't about clout. It's about clarity. And Jessica, she's not backing down. So boop the screen, share, gift, and subscribe. Thanks, y'all.
W Parker's in the chat. I'm telling you, it's the best fucking commercial in the world. Carol, thank you. How you doing, love? And also, do something. Thank you for the $2 for Parker. Do you have this written, or is this just natural?
Oh my God, no! I pre-write these. I am not. Oh no! I sit here and I just tap away, and then I read my fancy little scripts because I'm not good on the spot.
You do awesome. You're an amazing.
Thank you. Drop me for the algorithm, and I will be modding very happily from the chat.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. W Parker's in the chat again, darling. Do you gotta chill? What she had said, girl? I'm fucking hollering. Jaden, hold on really quick. Let me give Naquan a big screen because he got something he going to show the people, and I know it's some Mickey Picky facts.
So this is why y'all got to stop making a false claim. This is literally his whole charge. There's nothing up here that said he had a knife on school grounds.
And it wasn't at a school, it was at a stadium.
This is information that you can find, and it's free. Twitter is not a source. Twitter is a Snazi page.
He sit up there and told you the whole salute.
Twitter is not a source. It is a Snazi page.
Let's see if I can even hit that. Thank you so much, Naquan. Jaden, thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. How you doing today?
What's going on, gorgeous?
I cannot complain. That's me, y'all. I can't complain. It's crazy out here.
Hey, Susie.
Baby.
What's going on, Naquan?
I swear, I love that. Go ahead.
Date 10. What up, bro?
Dayton.
Is Dayton, okay? Dayton.
So you went there the other day when that girl was there and called him Dayton.
Okay.
No, I missed all the events on Friday. Y'all like Department of YN done docked somebody.
Yes. It was terrible.
Like, see what happened when you work so hard, you fall asleep on a Friday. I miss everything.
But Lord have mercy.
I know
Jess, what is the topic? What's the topic you got?
Carmelo Anthony. Why or why not? Do you stand with Carmelo Anthony?
All right, I'm going to answer this in the professional way. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have right now? What information we have right now? Now, I already know, but I'm asking some people who just logging in. So what information we have right now?
Yeah, so everybody's just coming in. Also, give me a follow if you've not done so. Everybody's just coming in. We're talking about Karmelo Anthony and not the basketball player, okay? We're talking about the track star, the high school track star who was at a track event at a stadium in Frisco when it began to rain hard as fuck. All the kids started running under the tent, also got permission to run under the tent, and there was also other children under the tent from other schools. Two white tee guys, roughly about 6 something, 250 pounds, approaches Carmelo Anthony, right? And threatens him and tells him that he has to move and leave, right? He says no. Allegedly he was assaulted, and then allegedly he pulled out his cleat cleaner, which can be very sharp depending on what you clean your cleats with. And he used it as self-defense because he was in fear for his life, right? And then he also was asking, is the guy okay? Is the guy okay? And one statement just said that he was pronounced unalive at the hospital. And then someone in Wikipedia, which seems like the story was written by somebody went in there and just typed up some shit with a whole heart, said that he was unalived on the scene. So that is what we have right now. We have 130-pound Carmelo Anthony defending himself against 2 football players who work out very big. And yeah,
Okay,
it's not.
I'm going to give it to you in two different scenario outlooks on this. Now, if you are giving it to me as, let's say I responded, or one of my detectives or somebody responded to it, and we get this job, and we're going to look at the totality of the circumstances here. Okay. Now, would the person be charged for what he done? Yes, he will be charged, because everybody has due process, something that Republicans don't know about. Due process. Okay. Now, however, with being charged doesn't mean that you're guilty. It means that you'll go to court and you will prove that this was self-defense. The law enforcement can't determine self-defense at that moment. Only the district attorney or that county officials, as it comes down to the judicial, can actually determine self-defense. And that's being the process of courts. So if this is a self-defense and it's clearly self-defense, that's what it will be. Now, for what I know, and for what I read, it sounds like self-defense. Okay. Now, why are we looking at it as black and white? Because one is black, the other is white. Why are we looking at it as the Republican versus Democrat situation? Again, because one is white, one is black. Now, if you want to look at the situation, you look at it. When you enter into a situation where you're one against two, if that was the case, one against two, what do you do at this point? You attempt to protect yourself because if you got two people against one, you can be hurt bad. Okay. That
Mm-hmm.
right there will scream self-defense. However, if these kids were sitting down and this black kid walked over, and I'm going to say white and black, 'cause that's what the hell it is. This black kid walks over
Mm-hmm.
and he picks with them, and something breaks out, and he happened to unalive one of them. Now we got a different situation. But from what I'm reading and from what the reports are saying, it appears that he was the one that was sitting, and they came and approached him, and they approached him in an aggressive way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Therefore, based on that town, based on that county, based on that state's statute as it pertains to that particular crime, that's what we have to go by. Every state is different. But
Mm-hmm.
had it been here where I'm from, he would have been charged initially, and it'd have been up to the district attorney to determine whether or not he was going to pursue taking this incident to court.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I see people are taking sides and everything, and I hate for people just to take the side because he's a black kid, and I hate to see people take the side because he's a white kid. Look at the situation. Somebody was unalive, which is terrible. However,
Mm-hmm.
when you put yourself in situations, the outcome is something that you cannot predict, but you have to deal with because you put yourself in that situation. That's how I look at it. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not going to just say he's right because he's black, and I'm not going to say he's wrong because they're white. That's 100% terrible to even do.
Mm-hmm.
However, we have to look at the whole thing, just, and that's why I hate to give my. That's why I gave it on two sides. I gave you
Mm-hmm.
two breakdowns because until we actually know everything, it's hard for anybody to say exactly what happened, but to listen to these right wingers, because I read all this shit, and it's like they can care less. Now I heard the gentleman before. I came up here for the gentleman before, Bing Bag or some shit like that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I heard him. White people tend to always want to run away from the race thing. They
Mm-hmm.
always want to say, "Why we always got to talk about race?" Just because you talk about it at home and at your meetings, but you don't want to talk about it in public, don't mean it's something that we shouldn't talk about in public. Okay. But this is
Mm-hmm.
nothing more than a black white situation. It's not Republican, Democrat. It's a black white situation. We can go down the list. We can
Yeah.
go down the list to the young man in Florida, the young
Mm-hmm.
man in Chicago, the young man in
Mm-hmm.
Detroit, the young man in
Mm-hmm.
Texas, the young man in
Mm.
New York, the young
Mm.
man in Oklahoma, the one in
Mm.
St. Louis, the one in
Mm.
Baltimore. We can
Mm.
go down the list of all these things that have happened and say, what was the common denominator? One was
Yeah.
black, one was white.
Yep.
So people are always going to try
Wow.
to take sides, but me personally, I like to look at the facts. The fact is, these kids picked on the wrong kid at the wrong fucking time.
Keep your hands to your motherfucking self.
That's
Keep
And
it.
your
fucked around and found
keep,
out.
yeah.
We heard that Lil Jon
Donald
and the
Trump
East
get a
Side
lot
Boy
of
song.
motherfuckers fucked up.
That's it. Don't start no stuff. Won't be no stuff.
Well, Donald Trump gonna have you fucked up. Oh my goodness. One
Can I
second.
say something?
Dante. Martin Matt was here before you, so I definitely want
Oh
to
yeah,
bring
yeah.
him. Hey Matt, welcome in.
Hey, Cameron.
Matt. Hey Matt. Oh, one. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Let me read out the donos. First of all, Jesse, thank you for the $2. It said with the twins' dad showing up at the court hearing to their press conference. I think it was. It was a form of intimidation. I truly believe the young brother will get off on self-defense. I agree to drop some coconuts for Jesse and also do something for the $2 for. I heard that he chased them up the bleachers. Not sure if that is true. I'm not sure if that is true either, but I did hear that where the unaliving happened, it was far from the tent, so obviously it moved to some degree. Um, go ahead, Matt.
Where are you getting the information that it was a cleat sharpener? I
Oh,
cannot
this.
find that.
Well, I've just been everything is alleged until obviously the official police report comes out.
And that's what, so that's
Mhm.
my difficulty with picking, not even picking a side, but saying who's right and who's wrong is everybody's just going with what they want to believe, and there's not actual facts out there. The only fact is that he stabbed the kid and killed the kid.
So,
the police report.
there are. Go ahead.
Do he need me to
So
show
there
the
aren't any other facts but that.
I'm saying as far as what he used or if there was a fight or any of that, like y'all are
Or
talking
if he
about fucking
approached
around to
them.
find out, like nobody, there's nothing. The
Hey,
kid,
Candy.
the brother wasn't charged with assault, so why are we
The
saying?
brother was not charged with assault.
Yeah, so why are we saying
So Matt,
I
can you
can't hear you. You going out.
Matt, can you see that? That's the official government website. There's 2 pages. The only thing he is charged with and has been charged with was first
His
degree
daytime.
murder. And if I'm not wrong, that was lowered to manslaughter. Nothing
No,
in
So
here.
and
it was never lowered. The bond was lowered. The charges
Okay,
weren't
but
lowered.
either way,
the
out of
charges
the
were
2,
lower.
No, they weren't.
Oh well,
He
let
out
me
of
was
the,
look.
charged with murder.
okay, out of the no,
They
What? But
lowered
what
the
degree?
bond from
What
a
degree
million
charge?
to two
What
hundred
degree
fifty
murder?
thousand.
it's not
No,
capital murder. You
hold on. Yeah,
Right.
what degree murder? That makes a difference because that's a different charge too.
it's first degree murder.
It's just first degree murder.
But
Okay.
there's nothing in here that say anything of him having a knife. Nowhere.
I didn't. That's what I'm saying. So why are we? So why are people
Also,
now saying
so
that
then what? Then what
he
do you think
stabbed him
he?
with a
What do you
cleat
think he stabbed him with
sharpener?
then? What do you
The
think he
Someone said
stabbed
a
him with?
folding K bar.
Yeah, all I've heard is either a cleat sharpener or a knife.
Hey,
So
real fast. I hate to cut you off, Jess,
go ahead.
because it's about to be some misfacts here. He's charged with murder, which is a first degree felony. He's not
That's what
charged with first
sorry,
degree.
yeah.
No, he's not. He's not charged with first degree murder. That's totally different.
Right.
My fault, Dayton. I said it wrong, and I'm looking at it and still said it wrong.
I understood what you meant though, but I'm saying like, why are we saying that the brothers were trying to jump him or whatever, and there's
Wait, I mean, the
there's
brother
no
got on
facts
the
to
news
prove that.
after. What did the brother say when he got on the news afterwards?
All I heard that the dad said that the son was holding him when he died. I haven't heard the brother speak.
The brother actually did speak, and he said that the argument started with him, and then the other brother jumped up and got in it and pushed him or something of that nature. It's literally live everywhere. They did about 3 or 4 interviews so far. The brother and the mother. The brother that's still living is the one that was originally arguing with him. And he said, my brother jumped up because you know how brothers are or something of that nature and took up for me.
Yeah. But that's an argument. That's not what I'm saying. Y'all were saying
No, I'm saying
that
that
they
was
jumped
pretty
him.
much him implicating himself, correct?
Yeah. And your mindset, if one brother is arguing with you and the other brother jump in, what do you think? What do you think is going to happen? Because I know I think it's going to happen. I think they're about to jump me, so I'm going to knock out the first one. And we're going to go from there. And
The key word was knock out, not reach for a weapon.
If I have my knife on me, you're going to get poked. I am not going to take the chance.
You be in jail just like him.
Hey, listen,
He's not in jail though.
I'd rather be judged by
He's not in jail though.
6.
He's not in jail. He's not even on house arrest.
Well, I can sense
Which
the
is
sarcasm
crazy because they're playing race wars with
I can sense the sarcasm and a lot of response here. Okay.
Right.
granted that you can take an ass whooping from two people. Everybody won't be in that same ballpark. And again, if you have an aggravated incident, okay, and I'm talking to you in the legal terms, you have an aggravated incident where you got two people that are, now I'm going to go on by reports. If you got two people that are involved against one person, just because one person take the initiative does not remove the second person from the situation, because there's an aggravated incident that was caused by one and may have been finished by the other. So we just can't say, well, since one didn't do it, which I can't say if he did anything, he didn't do anything, because I haven't read the police report. I haven't viewed any camera footage. I haven't talked to anybody that have an honest view of what happened.
Correct.
So we all
And
just going
nobody
off.
has.
We all just going off what we know.
Correct.
But based on what's being written, that there was an argument between one and the other jumped in, and then the young kid was unalived at some point. If that's the case, okay, we just can't say, well, it was one-on-one. It wasn't one-on-one. And we can't say that, well, it was only the one brother. No, it was two people there. So when you're there by yourself, if you're there by yourself, which he obviously was, if he's there by himself and he got two people that's approaching him in an aggressive manner, then we have a situation. The sad thing about it is, the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, if this stands to be the case, that these two people approached him in an aggravated way, then he will be, found not guilty by self-defense.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as
That's
that.
not. He has to be in fear of his life. An argument.
And how do you know he's not in fear of his life?
See, that's the misunderstanding we have right there.
So anytime somebody yells at you, you can just kill them.
That's the misunderstanding right there. That's your level of fear, sir. And again, I'm gonna talk to you in a legal manner. Okay, I'm not talking to you of Joe John off the couch some damn where. If you're of the person who are being verbally attacked in an aggressive way, meaning that I can say to you, "Oh, your football team stink," that ain't nothing. But if I say to you that I'm going to do something to you, or I shove you in a way and it's to you, that's a level of fear that you yourself have to process.
He didn't
Now,
say
can't
he was going
nobody
on
tell
live.
you, can't no,
Wait
I
a
never said he
second.
did say it. I didn't say he said that, brother. Again, so at the end of the day, is you the person that has the level of fear to deal with. It's not somebody on the outside looking in. Now, if this is a one-on-one situation where that now you can make that argument, but when you have two on one, then that's a whole different situation. That's the issue right here. From what I'm reading and from what I've been seeing on TV, it has not strayed away from the two brothers and the one young man.
I would just like to point out that I find this very ironic that this is usually coming from the same usual kind of people, that these are usually like 2A kind of people that like y'all are, these are usually people that like always ready on the jump, like ready for a fight, ready for something, ready for, well, I gotta have something on me just in case something happens. Like I could be going to put my garbage out and I gotta be ready, kind of thing. So, I mean, this kid was ready. He didn't know what was going to happen. This was a 2-on-1. If this was something, I don't think I was finished. But what I was saying was, this kid didn't know what was going to happen. So we can't say none of us were in his shoes. It sounds like there was already some circumstances prior to what had happened. So it wasn't even like there was, I mean, I'm not even saying it was like it was a pew-pew. But
right.
Like I said, I just find it really odd that this is from the same group of people that, like, I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm in a red state myself, but these people be carrying in a Chuck E. Cheese.
Mm-hmm. So
they
carry everywhere in Texas.
At a car wash.
And if y'all need to be that ready.
Can I have a big screen again? This is
under our tent at track. We asked him to move and started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. This kid I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I looked at my brother, and I'm not gonna.
Do y'all know who Austin is? Austin is the twin brother. Austin grabbed his backpack after his brother was arguing with him. So yes, I am from New York. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. So I am going to do whatever I have to do to get out of there.
Okay, then you got to be judged afterwards.
And I
That's
will.
What you're saying.
And I will. I will.
What do you
I'd
mean?
rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
So you're not denying that you're going to be a crash out and do what you need to do to
if there is
survive.
Are you trolling? Are you trying to have a real conversation? Because
no, I am, bro. I am.
What are you talking about a crash
out?
out? Why does that? What does that even have anything to do with anything?
Because, like Matt was saying, to really do self-defense, first you have to have fear of your life. If he knew that he had a weapon, he's not in fear of his life.
So what do you?
If he
all
wants
you,
to fight,
you know
he's
what?
not in fear of his life.
Actually, you don't know if he was in.
I cannot explain
Those are
this
real
even
facts,
more.
though, off the police report.
I cannot explain this no more. You cannot tell somebody else their level of fear.
Yeah,
Simple as that.
That's
You
what,
cannot say,
you
well,
also
since
have
you
to
didn't
respond
get beat
in
up.
self-defense with reasonable force to
No,
that. You have to
not
match
this is
it.
what y'all have been
Not
saying
in
for years in all these other cases. You can't say how they felt. If they felt in fear for their life, they felt in fear for their life. So
If
now
you prove this,
the
you're
tables
proving school
turned.
shootings.
If
We're not
police
talking about
feel
school
like
shooting.
they're in threat, some of these police officers say, "I felt like I was in fear for my life." When they unarmed people.
Right.
How much of a threat is that? Like you can't tell nobody when they feel like their life is threatened.
Correct.
It's a
And
stand
that's
your
bullshit.
ground state. It is a stand your ground state, which means he does not have to retreat. He does not have to back down. He does not have to.
Oh, wait a minute.
But it's a school event,
Well,
so he doesn't have
Laquan.
that's where
choice
you're
of
in a
having a weapon
house.
there.
Hold on one
Wait
second.
a minute.
Go ahead.
I didn't know that this was the stand your ground state.
Yes. Texas is a stand your ground state, D.
Oh, wow. So
Yeah.
now that changes a lot now as it pertains to the law now. See, again, I'm not in a stand your ground state. Now, with this young man up here, whatever his name is up there, what he's saying, that would apply on a one-on-one situation in a state that is not a stand your ground state. If it's a stand your ground state, now you got to deal with the Trayvon Martin situation. Now
Then
you got to
read-
deal with these other situations. Okay,
Read the penal codes for Texas.
Right. So penal code, the
penal
penal code section 941 says that protection of one's property. He's protected by that one. Protection of one's property, and that's when he took the backpack and threw it. And section 9.04, no duty to retreat. Karmelo had every right to be on the public school campus and was under no obligation to retreat when faced with a threat.
Oh. Boop, boop, boop,
But these will be the same people that say that nitwit up in Minnesota was okay to be in a whole state he didn't live in, to be walking down the street he didn't live,
which
with a
is
pew
wild.
pew.
Right.
So we're not even gonna talk about apples and oranges. Now that it's come to my attention that this is the stand your ground state, that changes a whole lot. And that's another reason why his bail was probably lowered, which is not a good sign for people that would like to see him in jail. I'm just telling you from a legal standpoint, that's not a good sign. That means that, we're going to take this to court.
You read at the bottom of section Penal Code 9.31, it says provocation. You can't provoke the fight and claim self-defense. So he's already lost that.
Okay, so no.
Are you well?
No. Let me add this one.
Okay, go get. You know what, Leon? Let the expert have it.
So, how did he provoke the fight if he wasn't approached? Talk to me. I'm listening to you.
Because he said, "Touch me and see what happens."
I'm gonna start over again. How did he provoke the fight if he wasn't approached?
They weren't provoking a fight. They were provoking him to get out of their seat in their tent. That's not provoking a fight.
Did you hear what his brother said?
They said he was talking crazy and that he was the one that started it.
If the other brother had to step in, it's because the other guy was obviously being a hassle.
If he's the one that started it, listen to your own selves. If he's the one that started it, So you mean that when they came over to him, he said to them, "Hey, if y'all want me to get out your seat, I'm not getting out the seat." Now what? That's provoking it. But when they walk up to him and tell him to get out of the seat, and
Have you
they
seen
go
the
back and
conference? They
forth.
tried to blame it on the rain and the school not canceling the event. They didn't say anything about defending him.
Hold on. Is that a pivot?
I can care less. I'm going about what you just said. You
The
just said
brother,
he
in the
can't
brother's
provoke it.
interview, he said that
Because I can't say
Karmelo
anything
was the one
clear. If
acting
you don't agree,
crazy.
you don't agree.
I'm sorry. Say it again. Say it again.
Matt,
Austin's
said
brother
his
said
own
Carmelo was acting crazy, and then they asked him to leave, and he said he's not gonna leave, and he said make me.
But then again, why was he? Hold up,
Okay,
Naquan.
okay,
Why was
where
he?
can
Let's go back to the beginning. If they let's go to cause and effect. We all went to school. Hopefully some of us went to college, some of us got degrees. So let's start from the beginning. We got this thing called cause and effect. Now they walked over to this kid who's already sitting down. I can guarantee you, and I wasn't there, just like neither one of you fellas was there. They didn't walk over and say, "Hey, buddy, how about we get that seat of yours, man? We tired." I'm sure they walked over there with an aggressive tone for him to get out the seat.
How are you
Okay?
sure that?
Because he's on the opposite team in the enemy's tent, like kind of
Yeah,
thing.
he was under their tent acting crazy. Like, yeah, I'm gonna tell you, get out of here.
From my view of what I've been reading, everyone was allowed to be under the tent because of the weather. So again,
yeah, so
each school has their own tent though.
That's after the fact.
No. There are when it started raining. I don't know if you guys live in Texas, but it's very bipolar and it can get crazy real fast. And we are approaching what's that called?
Hurricane
Tornado
season.
season. It looked like a tornado. We have hell. It get real bad real quick. So if they are all running under the tent with other students who were not from their school, who are also under the tent, why is it that just this one guy has to leave? Why are you approaching him? It could be because the ladies probably liked him because he had just won a race, but that's a whole nother story.
According to the brothers, because he was acting crazy and irrational.
Why would he be acting crazy?
Why
Like
was
what
he
type of
acting
crazy?
He said causing a scene. That's what the
How
brother
so?
said. I
Why
didn't say
was he
that.
acting crazy and causing a scene?
Ask the brother or wait until the trial. I don't know. I wasn't there. Neither was anybody here.
So let's go by what you just said. The brother said he was acting crazy. So what happened is that they walked up and he started acting crazy, and then they said, "Get out of the seat." That's basically what you're saying.
And you want to hear a fun fact? So this.
Why he just didn't go get a teacher then?
But
Like you guys said, why he didn't
So
just
why
go get
didn't
a teacher?
Carmelo go get a teacher?
No. No. Why did it? That's you didn't even have to start. You don't have to approach him if he's acting crazy.
just don't
Aren't
know
you
how
supposed to
you-
tell a teacher? Aren't you supposed to grab authority?
How are you defending somebody and nobody knows any of
I'm
the facts?
asking you if you see somebody acting up, just like George Zimmerman, he should have called the police if he thought something was happening. He shouldn't have took it upon himself. So what I'm saying is, if they are children in
think
school,
Zimmerman
they're
was
kids
there.
and students in school, they are supposed to tell their teacher or get authorities. So why didn't instead of if he was acting crazy, why did they approach him opposed to getting the authorities?
But y'all want to hear something funny? There's
No. I
You're
want him to
pushing
answer
in
this
school, You're
question.
teaching all these kids to be violent.
Matt, I want you to answer this question.
I don't know who was there. I don't know if there was a teacher around. If there was no teacher around.
Wait, they have a track meet. There's a coach around. There's assistants around.
And you're asking
There's adults
17-year-olds
around.
not to speak up and voice their opinion.
Oh, well, there you go. There we go. Now, I was waiting for you to say it. So now you walk right into the lion's den. So again, you hit it on the nose. You had two juveniles, okay? Because I don't care about the age; they still are kids to me.
Yeah.
That you expected them to act rational, but they didn't act rational. But then when something kicked off, because the ones that felt they was being wronged by somebody sitting there had the reasoning to say, you know something, you don't belong here. Let me go get coach. Let me go get Mr. So-and-so. Let me go get Mrs. So-and-so. Why is he over here? They didn't handle it the right way. And guess what? Y'all may feel like Karmelo didn't handle it the right way. Great. Guess what we call that? Offset and penalty. The only difference is somebody lost their life because
Yeah,
they
it's just
didn't want to handle it the right way.
it's a little bit worse when you stab and kill somebody as opposed to not getting a teacher.
You know, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Hold on, really
fact of the
quick,
matter
everybody.
is,
Oh yeah, thank you for the $1 for white tea. People have weaponized white tea fragility, and now because of generational trauma of us being on the other end, and that end of that weapon, we're having to defend this young man who knows that trauma is anybody. Remember Gina 6 in Texas? Gina 6 in Texas? I don't know what that one is.
Man, this kid
And
said
also do
Yeah,
some.
I
Thank you
remember
for the
that.
$2
didn't have
for.
trauma.
You said what?
A 17-year-old didn't have racial trauma. Why are we making this about race?
How do you
Yeah,
know?
why are white
Because of
people always
race.
blamed for
First
every
of all, how do you
injustice
know?
and every?
How do you know if they're not experiencing racial trauma?
I'm just telling you.
You don't even know him, so you don't know what he's experienced.
Okay.
But
No, he wasn't
Who
experiencing
are
just
what?
because he wasn't experiencing it because he wasn't born back in 1933, where there was a lot of issues going on. But since he's 17 and he was born in this part of the century, there's no way that he could be having racial issues, which is bullshit. But I understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah, well, let me give another version. No, that's like this man saying, "Oh, well, women don't experience labor pains." You're full of shit, sir. You can't sit here and tell me what somebody else doesn't experience when you're not you can't sit there and say that. Like, you're full of shit. Like, please, I don't sit here and tell you don't experience blue BALLS. Now, do I? No, I let you have it. Please. It's
You're talking
distance.
about labor and stuff that's still active. Like,
You're missing the point, sir. You're not going to sit here
Lord have
and tell
mercy.
an entire race of people what they don't experience just because it makes you uncomfortable. And just like I'm not going to sit here and tell you what you don't experience with your body. Like,
I'm not uncomfortable. He should have, if he felt that strongly about it, he should have fought and moved on. Everybody could have lived.
Move along,
Yeah,
sir. Dayton, back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Y'all, which one of y'all want a free son? Hold on, really quick. Parker, you wanted to add. What did you have? And oh yeah, thank you for the dollar. Said that Kyle Rittenhouse was barred from the military service in all 5 branches for failing the ASVAB, which tests basic vocabulary, math, and reading. His score was a 2, below the minimum passing score of 3, proving he's not smart enough to be one. To be one what? Johnson Coconuts. Oh yeah, he wasn't smart at all. Okay, and
So
I'm
yeah,
gonna
I just came up to show that
They
the
came
arrest
at Kyle
report
with
is available.
weapons.
Okay, and which website can I pull it
Like
up at?
right now, I'm at on my work computer, so I can't mirror things. But that's
What's the
arrest
website?
report.
What website is that?
This is a PDF that I downloaded.
Yeah,
so Where'd you
I
download
just
it
searched
from?
on Google Carmelo Anthony police
No,
report
it's not.
PDF.
It's
and
not
downloaded it.
credible. It's not credible. It's not an official website. It's a PDF. It's not credible, dude. But that was a cute try.
Right. It came from.
No. Prove that it
The
came
Pittsburgh
from
Police
them.
Department.
Prove that it came from them. You can't prove that it came from them. I just showed you the official website.
Yeah, no, they haven't released an official
Prove
police
that
report.
it came from them. You see, you're making false claims, and I kept telling you that. You're making false claims.
Verna, thank you for the $20 donut that said this is for my
I mean, I
racial
got the
trauma
source
from this
document here.
conversation
That's
alone. Drop some
higher.
coconuts for Verna in the chat. Thank you. I appreciate you, love. But starting to knock down this goal a little bit too. I'll drop some coconuts for Verna. Vernas, y'all. Okay, so
time no more.
somebody, y'all, we got a free son.
So before all the facts are out, how can you defend Carmelo Anthony?
Easily.
Well, it should be easy to explain.
I'm defending the fact that he should have a fair trial, and y'all need to stop trying to prosecute him without all the facts. MAGA
That's
is
not what I asked. Y'all said free.
Hold on.
Y'all said he's innocent.
Hold on.
Hold on. What is my thing? What's my thing saying? Mate, do I need to scoot it over a little bit? What is it saying?
Like, MAGA is literally one of the January 6er is literally on a press conference trying to use this to say that black people are attacking white people at high freaking numbers when I can pull up actual numbers to debunk that claim. And then when the father told him to stop using it as a racial talking point, he called the father a freaking B and told him he need to man up. You weak. You're the reason your son is unalive.
Which is crazy. They're using it on the Proud Boys to protect.
That's true.
White people. from
Bro, if you look it
oppression.
up on the FBI statistics, though, they got something else on there.
Trust me, you don't want to go that route. I debunk people on this all
We
the
can go
time.
to the FBI statistics
You
because
don't.
I
Hold
sent
on
to
before
them
y'all
once a
drop
week.
down there. Jolie, thank you for the $5 donut. Said,
Bro, but I
hey,
want to
for
talk about the
inflicting.
conference, though, because it's so
Hold on,
funny.
Dante. For inflicting racial trauma, and B, as an apology from my fellow white tea people, dude on the panel is fucking embarrassing. I added fucking myself. It's fucking embarrassing. Drop some coconuts for Jolie. I appreciate you, love. Thank you so much.
Y'all trying to fix racism.
So what about the FBI statistics, brother?
Blacks kill whites in record highs.
Oh no, that's not accurate, brother. That's not accurate. That's not accurate.
5% of
That's not
if you
accurate.
take out the black community, right, it's 13% of America, right? And then of that 13%, 6% or 5% is black
Hey, everyone
males.
on this panel, have you done criming today? 13%.
50% of those males will commit half of the crimes for murder and
Hold
robbery.
on, Susie. Let's let him
Again, you
finish his
just hold it.
question.
No. We going. I'm gonna have fun with this one. All right. So you just twisted up two things. You said that black people unalive white people at an alarming rate. Okay, that is extremely
Well, not like
false.
alarming, but like if you look at the chart, the bar.
No. We're going by you. What you said at an alarming rate, they unaliving white people. I'm gonna tell you like this. That is completely incorrect. You know what the facts are? The same race unalive each other at an alarming rate. Now, when you go across the board and you say white versus black, black versus white, you got to take in consideration the white person, not just excluding the white profession. Okay, so when you say the white person, no, you might want to look at the numbers because what's not included in the numbers is law enforcement. And I don't mind talking about my own people. Okay, so now when you say that, you have to take that into consideration as well. Now, I will tell you this: the most detrimental problem too that we have in the United States as it pertains to the FBI facts is domestic tea. And who leads the domestic tea?
Bro, boys.
Bro, let's talk about gang violence, like black on black crime.
We're not going to pick and choose. We're talking about the FBI stats because the FBI do not keep stats. The FBI don't keep stats on gang violence throughout the United States. That's each individual
They
state.
included on black crime.
Listen, that's not gang violence, sir. See again. So it's a different level and criteria that we report. Listen to what I said now, sir. That we report, meaning that I take part in sending things in. So that we report, okay? So black on black crime is black on black crime. Gang violence is gang violence. And gang violence are mainly against the same people at which they look like. Now, the one group of people that leads the nation in crimes against another race, guess what, sir? Guess who that is? And I can see you to the site to find it. I can see you to the fact
Because
the
we
site to
make
find
up
it.
the nation, we make up the majority. So we're
No.
gonna have
We're
a higher
not saying
density of
numbers.
that. But
No,
if you
we're not saying
exclude
numbers,
that, we don't have a higher density of violence.
You said
lower density.
you said the amount. You said the percentage. I'm giving percentage. So percentage takes out of the actual number because you got to do a percent of. So you do a percent of 13, a percent of 75, a percent of this. So the highest percent of crimes against another race committed by another race is whites to minorities.
In
Okay?
America, that would be statistically correct. But if you're looking at
we're not going to dance around the question, brother. We're not going to do that because you just said some facts that was totally incorrect. So when you say things,
but you're not looking at it the right way.
One second.
That's how we report it. I'm sorry, that's how it's reported. It's reported the way it's reported. So you can't distort your facts the way you fit your argument. You can't do that. So again,
you're supposed to already know that.
Thank you for the $1 donut that says, "Let me up."
Of that, but if you take out,
hold on, Dante.
Yeah.
So it says, "Let me up. I have some stats that African American service members getting racially profiled in and out of uniform.
I didn't mean to do that. Come back
even
up.
being
I accidentally followed him. Come back up. I accidentally followed him and tried to unfollow him. Come back up.
Okay, what was I doing? Uniform yo.
Oh, bad.
Profile in and out of uniform. One even being tased in 2020 while in uniform. Racism is real. Sorry, we don't need you to white explain it to people who actually experience it.
Well, just one last thing. One last thing before I take it easy. As a black commander in the police department, I have been racially profiled by my own people. Yeah. Just because they didn't recognize me in a different car. Okay. Just because I have tinted windows on my vehicle, at which time it was the summertime and all my windows was down. However, I was racially profiled, and this happens at least 4 to 5 times a year, you know. But again, once they realize who I am, it's I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean that, sir. Or no, we thought this was other than that, sir. But when they realize that who I am, I know they bullshitting. It's a whole lot of backtracking. So yes, racial profiling is extremely out of control because a black man should not be driving a nice car. And I'm aware of that.
Can we admit that goes both ways?
Honestly, I have worked in internal affairs where I live at, where I work at for 6 years, 10 years ago. Okay. And I'm telling you, and I put my hand on any Bible known to man, I have never investigated, oversaw, interviewed, dealt with a case where it was racially profiled of white people where I work at. And guess what? Where I work at, it is 63% white. So I can only talk about where I live and where I work, sir.
So if
no,
it's a
I've never seen it.
predominantly black neighborhood, like lower class neighborhood, and there's a white guy.
Hold on, one second, Matt.
A white guy in a nice vehicle.
1 second, Matt.
Are they gonna get pulled over more?
1 second.
Oh,
1 second.
I can answer that. He asked me the question.
Yeah, I just want to ask the question.
So you said that if you are in a poor neighborhood, you said a poor black neighborhood, and you got a white guy in a nice
guy in a black neighborhood.
A white guy in a black neighborhood, would that person be pulled over? Absolutely not. You know why that person will be pulled over? You know why? Because the whole fact of the matter is that the cops that working there, at the end of the day, the cops in that neighborhood will be looking at this person differently if they look the same. However, if you're talking about black cops, because you got to be specific, you got to break it down, black cops, white cops. So if you're talking about black cops, would they stop this person because they had a nice car? Probably not. But if you said that if you are in a heavily shrug area where shrugs are sold a lot, and you see a out-of-state tag in this area where people come in and out to purchase shrugs, then yes, they will be profiled. But guess what? Profiling is a part of the job when it's done correctly. Okay. See, where as a part of my area is close to Interstate 95. When I worked in narcotics for 7 years, we will see that there was a lot of people that came out of state to purchase shrugs from that area. So yes, these vehicles would be followed and stopped and investigated. And 99.9% of the time they was there to buy shrugs because there's no other reason to be in this particular part of the town if you don't live there. Simple as that. Now, that is profiling done at the right way. However, if I'm a black man living in a neighborhood of which I live in, where the houses range from $800 to $2.5 million a year, when I'm driving home in my neighborhood and I'm stopped, Why is I'm profiled? Because my vehicle matched the neighborhood. I don't match the neighborhood. See, now you understand the difference in that? You
Why
probably
would they
don't.
pull the car over and not get the drug dealer?
Okay.
Jesus
okay.
Christ.
I get what he's
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
yeah. One
Jesus
second, one second, one second. Sun
If
Kiss,
that
thank you
was
for
the
your.
case, I'm just
Hold on,
saying, like, I
hold
know
on.
it's a hypothetical.
And I can answer that when just done.
Jesus, you know my Jesus. Y'all, please continue to tap. Let's get up to 200K. It says 250 of us in here. We can do that in literally in like 6 minutes. So 12:42. Or we'll go back to a sub only chat. I'm like, we've been at 150 for like 20 minutes. Please tap so we can be able to push the live out, and I appreciate you. Also,
Yes,
give
let
me a
me answer
call.
this question.
Go ahead.
Ask your question again, sir, so I can make sure I answer correctly.
I was saying, like, in the scenario that you see that happen, and you went after the guy that went off, why would you go after that guy, not the one that was dealing?
And I'm gonna give you a I'm gonna say I'm gonna give you an N cop professional breakdown of that. When I say N cop, I'm talking about shrugs. Because if I stop the person that purchased, that person that purchased the shrugs is more likely to tell me where he or she purchased said shrugs, then we can set up said surveillance and take that person down. Because a lot of times the person that's purchasing don't want to go to jail. So they're going to tell you, hey, I purchased these shrugs from X, Y, and Z. Now you are
that makes sense. That
cooperating.
makes sense.
You said it don't make sense?
No, that makes sense.
That's why they're targeted, because we need to know what house, what location, who's this, so we can get a profile together so we know to go after. That's why the target is like that.
Yeah, I guess that does make more sense because he's
Go ahead,
going to give
Naquan.
him a more
Can you
likely
tag me in
than the
real
guy
quick,
that's
please?
trying to
Hold on,
hide.
y'all.
Naquan, you got it.
My bad.
Sun Kiss been here all
Continue.
this time. Y'all gonna let us say something?
My sister, my beautiful sister.
Sun Kiss, welcome in. Now I can't get my baby off mute. Sun Kiss.
She was just in the chat.
Typing.
They talk, okay, go ahead. How you doing? Welcome in.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, Jeff,
my beautiful sister.
Hello, Naquan, my beautiful brother. Hello, Susie, my beautiful sister. Hello, Dayton, my beautiful brother. Matthew. Dante, come back. No. Come back, Dante. Come back. I want both of you. I'm about to engage in the greed they talked about in the Bible.
Come on.
But yeah,
come on, Greed.
Come back, Dante.
I want to show him the hate crime stats too.
Hold on, brother. I love you, dear. Rest on that. Rest your fingers. You've been doing a lot of heavy lifting up here. Hold on. Because there is something that has thank you, beloved. How are you doing, Dante? How are you doing, Matt?
Great.
Love that. I love that so much. I want to take a moment because there has been something that has been heavily weighing on my mind ever since I don't remember which one of you made the statement, but somebody made the statement of, well, why do we have to make it about race? And I thought about that. I thought about that heavily. So I want to take a moment to engage in that conversation with both of you. And I want to be clear, we're not going to talk about the Black race. We are going to talk about the white race.
Gotcha.
Because you brought up a very interesting question. And I think oftentimes what happens is that people feel that we use race as a barrier to real conversation. And there's also an undertone of when that is brought up of, oh, well, harm can't be real or this can't be real because you're hiding it behind race. So let's talk about it. Matt, it was important to me that you brought it up. So can I ask you, why did you ask the question initially of why do we have to make it about race? I think I know, but I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I want to ask you directly.
Because it seems to me that everyone, just like politics, there's not a lot of facts in this case. So everybody is just gravitating to their team, which in this case is race. So a lot of the black people are, oh, free Carmelo. And then a lot of the white people are, oh, well, he was wrong.
Okay, thank you so much. Dante, do you feel similarly or do you have a different take?
I mean, yeah, pretty much. It's kind of like that. I feel like they pinning it like that on purpose, though, because I know that they're just gonna sway the jury in the fight.
With
How old are you,
facts, I
Dante?
don't know how you can say that
23.
he's innocent.
Well, hold on, because we're gonna walk through this together. I'm gonna hold both of y'all hands as we go on this journey.
Napkins, please. Thank you.
Do you all
That's why it's
recognize that there is a conversation, there's an undertone of words that are utilized when we talk about race relations in this country? Simple yes or no.
Like racial tension kind of thing. Yeah.
Can I ask you, why do you think that is?
Because there's a lot of people that believe that you can't be racist to a white person, and if you do anything that's slightly targeted towards a person of color, or maybe not like targeted.
No, baby, don't clean it. This is just the three of us right now. You be as honest as you want to be, because I genuinely want to know.
I feel like people think that if you make an assumption about someone of color, that you're just instantly being racist or prejudiced, even though we have stereotypes for a reason, like white people being school pew-pewers and all that, or pedophiles. We all have our bad
PDF
connotations.
files, just for TikTok vernacular.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot the other one. I'll say yeah.
No, you're okay. What about you, Matt?
I would never just blindly defend somebody because they're the same race as me.
Yeah. I guess
So that's okay. That's what I figured. So let's take a moment, because here's the piece where I'm going to ask you to suspend your disbelief, because I'm going to knock your nervous system into a state of cognitive dysfunction, but I'm going to ask you to continue to engage in the conversation.
Got you.
When we are talking about race in this country, we have to understand that it goes back more than 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. We have to go back to the root cause of where it all began, and understanding why race became so poignant in topics of modern conversation and the way that they land and the way that they happen. Now, I'm not going to diatribe to you because I do that often, and tonight is not the night for that. But I am going to say this. If we were to look back at the history of America as a whole, can I ask you where you believe, from your own understanding, viewpoint of history, where the crux of these conversations really began, from your individual perspective?
Where race started? Racism?
Not even racism, where the context of race conversations became so relevant in today's society. At what point in history do you believe that happened? What was the cause?
The push in MTV. You know those stupid movies where they're like doing basketball and they're like, ooh.
Oh yeah, thank you for the $20 dono. Said, please pass the plate on Dante. He is a child. Boy, I still smell Similac on your breath. I'm not about to talk about race with the fetus. Draw some coconuts with a department in YN, please.
Okay, so both of you answered at the same time. So Dante, can you start, and then Matt, I'll come to you, please.
I was gonna say, I feel like they pushed it a lot in the 80s and all that in media to really get it going. There was a lot of movements going, especially like Black Panthers and all that. And a lot of protests going on in the 60s and 70s, especially that really increased the rise and like paying attention to it and fed it. And then there was obviously, the like connotation of always the white people always being a bully on TV. I feel like towards black people, everyone hates Chris, that one. That type of stuff will always like cements it in like black people's heads that there's this constant like we're always looking out to just pick on you because of your race and color, when I've had shit ton of black friends, shit ton of Mexican friends, all that. And you always look at them for the content of their character. If they're a good shit, if they're a good friend, if you know they're loyal, like all that doesn't matter. Your skin tone doesn't, that goes away. I feel
You
like.
love your friends, Dante?
Yeah.
Did you go for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Well, hold on.
I got Mexican friends that did it too.
Just bear with me.
Before you finish cooking, can I just ask you one quick question?
No, hold on. Because I don't want us to get off of where we are right now, because this needs to take place.
It was going to stay on this topic. It was going to stay on this topic because the claim of the Mexican friends, the black friends.
Hold on. Hold on, brother. Now, Matt, where do you believe it began?
The segregation.
So you believe it began with segregation?
Yeah.
What if I were to possibly give you all a hypothetical? Would you be open to that?
Yeah.
What about you, Dante?
Yeah, I'm open.
Perfect. The hypothetical that I'm going to give you all is, what if I were to tell you that that was not true, and that it actually goes back further than that in the context of where race begins in the modern day conversations that we have around it? Would you believe that?
Yeah. I mean, you can go back to Civil War even.
No, we're actually going to go back further than that.
Oh.
Great question, beloved.
Are they teaching history in school still?
Well,
when Africa started enslaving themselves.
No. We're going to go back further than that. Because remember, this isn't about this conversation that we are having. At the beginning, I said we were not going to discuss the context of race for black people. We were going to discuss the context of race for white people. So we are going to go back further than that. We're going to go back further. And where we are going to go is we are going to go back to the native land of England. And there is a reason why we are going there. The context of this begins is that when a majority of your all's ancestors did not like what was going on over in England under monarchy rule of King George and Queen Charlotte. You all did not want to be under Catholic Church rule under a monarchy. So your ancestors said, okay, we got to get out of here because shit is getting crazy. We don't want to live like this. So what are we going to do? They put themselves on a boat.
Place to live.
Right. They went to go find a new place to live. And do you know how they did that? They loaded themselves onto the Pinta, the Nina, and the Santa Maria, and put their asses on boats and sailed across the ocean blue to arrive on land. Now, when
really quick,
arrived
because I'm so sorry.
The Magna Carta.
Well, hold
I'm
on.
so sorry. Oh yeah, thank you for the $10 donut. Say okay, and I got a white cup. It still don't. I still don't like the fetus. Drop some coconuts for Oya, and also drop some coconuts for Boogie for the remaining $30 on the plate that was for Dante. Dante, tonight's closed. School is closed. Tutoring is closed, but you can definitely stay in the comments so I can be able to receive this information. But for tonight, darling, you're out of here. Drop some coconuts for Caribou in the building. Caribou said, let me go top that off. Don't worry about it. I got you. All right. Now go ahead, Sunkiss.
Okay. Well, now
and coconuts and W's, you guys.
Well, Dante, I want you to stay because I'm still talking to you and I'm still talking to Matt in the context of this conversation. Understanding why the reason we're going back there is you all landed on land and you all thought, okay, we can make this work. And then you encountered and discovered that this land was already occupied. And then it was occupied by people who did not look like you. To be clear, that is one of the pieces of the context of this conversation, because you all saw these people who had set themselves up and knew how to hunt, gather, forage, things you all had never had to worry about because you were paying taxes to a crown that didn't give a flying fig about you all. And you knew that to be true. You came onto new land and said, okay, well, we can work with you all. And in exchange for this, we'll teach you this. In exchange for that, you can do this. But what you also brought was disease and pestilence because you all didn't bathe properly over there. You didn't know how to clean and bathe. So these lovely people, the American Indians or Native Indigenous people, I'm so sorry, please forgive me. Native Indigenous people said, well, we will help you. We will teach you X, we will teach you Y, and we will teach you Z. And then how did your ancestors choose to repay that kindness? By saying, you know what? You all got it really great over here, and we want that. And so we're going to take that. Oftentimes it says that victors write the history of the winning story of how it came to be. We talk consistently about gang violence and how Black people perpetrate crimes against not only themselves, but also white people. What if I were to suspend your disbelief and tell you that the original gang were those people who came across on the Pinta de Nina and the Santa Maria? What if I were to tell you that technically when you are in a large group of people and you incite violence, that could be considered gang activity based on race, especially at that time, because they did not look like you, did not present like you, did not have a understanding of what you all believe to be your cultural significance that you were going to bring to this new land and reinvigorate it as what you wanted it to be, not recognizing and understanding that there was already an established culture here that you then decided to take over because you could not suspend your disbelief to believe that people of color who did not look like you could do more than you. And that is how we got here. When we are looking at the context of race today, it goes back to that because that is where it began. It did not begin with white and Black. It began with white and indigenous Native American people. You all committed the first atrocities of what many would consider today to be outward racial violence and gang violence against a group of people who only tried to help you. And then to further it and make it even worse, to add insult to injury, at that time, the Atlantic slave trade did it did not mean that you all then had to treat us as less than human. That was a choice that was made then at that point, which further created the racial divide that we are currently experiencing in this country. That is what this is coming down to now at this point. People are starting to rest their laurels on the understanding of, oh, well, it feels like for me that you all are constantly attacking me. I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. If you do not hold racism in your heart, if you are not a racist person, if you are not a bigot, why do you feel so attacked? Why are you so bothered by what is taking place? If we have the ability to rest on the strength of our people and know inherently that we really don't mean harm to white people, but we're also going to speak truth to power, why are you all unable to do the same? Is the question I'm going to pose to you, Matt.
I don't have any racism. Like, you're talking about something that was 400 years ago.
Right. So that's and I'm right and I'm just asking you openly. I'm not directing it at you. I want to be clear. This is the piece of the context that we're getting to. I know in my heart of hearts that I don't know you, so I don't know if you're racist. I don't know if you're big. I'm not putting those assumptions on you, but I'm asking in the context of these conversations. You said it earlier. Well, it feels like that we're constantly in this place of, well, you can't really say this about a person of you can't. Why do you feel that way if you do not hold it in your heart?
Because, like you said, you were talking about Native Americans. It's not a white versus Native American. Like, I never see that conflict. So why is it always Black versus white?
You don't see the conflict because you have degraded
Native American, indigenous people to a plot of land. And with what they were able to do, they made it so that you cannot have access to them, that you cannot come on the reservations or their reserves, because you already took their land once, and there was no way in hell they were going to allow you to do it again. That is why you do not see it. You do not see it because Black people, we are the most for speaking marginalized groups. You don't see it because we fight the battles for every other marginalized group on the face of America right now who do not present as white or whitey, who don't hold adjacency to it. You don't see it because we are fighting the fight for every other group. So they are not speaking up because they know that we will, because we have fought on the forefront of every progressive movement of this country since its inception, since we were brought over here. And that is why you do not see that or experience that, beloved. So if I were to say that to you, as I just did, can you potentially see how that may hold some validity?
Not at all. I don't understand how the two are combined.
The two vibe because in the context of this conversation, you're saying, well, it feels like it is race-based. Well, it feels like you all are siding with him because he's Black. We are siding with him because we are trying to get you all to see the thing that we have been trying to get you all to see for what almost feels like 20 years now, is that just because he is a person of color does not make him an adult. Just because he is a person of color, he is should be able to protect themselves. The same way you all are able to wrap yourselves in your whitey fragility and drop your tears whenever you get ready to absolve yourselves of guilt or wrongdoing because you're crying, is the same opportunity that we want to be able to afford a young Black person when they are trying to defend themselves, when they are trying to say, hey, I'm not with this action. When they're saying, hey, I need a minute, please, I had asked this, I had done this, and then it's like, okay, well, you just attacked them. Even when you said earlier, and quote, correct me if I'm wrong, you said, oh, well, he was acting crazy. Was he acting crazy? Do you know that? Because that feels like a very broad, bolded, dog whistle statement.
Somebody on here played the video of what the brother said. Like I've said all along, we don't have the information. So the brother was saying what happened there. I don't know what happened there. You don't know what happened there.
I do not. You are absolutely correct.
So I don't understand how you're defending someone saying he was defending himself when you don't know what was happening.
Matt, because I don't understand how you're able to. I don't understand how you're able to sit up here, and also because the same thing you're saying. Oh well, you are defending him because he's Black.
You defending the other. You defending
white.
When did I say that?
You did say that. You said it feels like you all are standing. You openly said.
No. But when did I defend Austin? When all I said is
no. I just said that. I just
yeah,
said that.
Yeah, you said that.
So you're not defending either one of them.
No, we don't have any of the evidence to even defend either one of them. I think
right, but the question becomes, and I agree with you, but the question becomes, in the context of this conversation, this is why I came up here, because you brought it up earlier when I began the statement. You said, well, it feels like you all are defending him because he is Black. And then also, why does it have to be about race? I am giving you the context of why these conversations are taking a racial turn, because it is ingrained in the DNA of America. Race is a factor.
You just said that you are standing with Karmelo Anthony, right?
Did those words cross the threshold of my lips?
I'm asking you.
I didn't hear her say that.
I don't recall. Panel, did I say that?
I don't remember you saying that. I do stand with Karmelo Anthony though.
Yeah.
Just so we're clear.
I know Jessica can keep saying that, but I can't get a why. Like why? Why are you defending Karmelo Anthony?
Because he got good policies.
You want to know why a lot of people are defending Karmelo Anthony? You want to know why a lot of people are defending Karmelo Anthony? Because we have seen too many of our children. We have seen too many of our children be led astray to lie in the streets while being perpetrated as adults, while we have to carry the burdens and the souls of their spirit of the blood that was spilled for no other reason than the fact that they wanted to draw breath on this land and try to live life. We saw it with Tamar Rice. We saw it with George Floyd. We saw it with Sandra Bland. We are constantly seeing our people.
I didn't say any of those names. I said Karmelo Anthony.
I understand what you said to her.
We're all one and the same. You know we all look alike.
They're not one and the same. What are you talking about?
Policies.
I am answering your question, Matt. I really am. I need you to be clear. I know that there's a lot of other things that are happening right now in this moment, but I'm being very serious with
Okay,
you.
so the question is, it says at the top, do you stand with Karmelo Anthony, yes or no?
Yes.
I'm asking her.
I'm pretty sure we all stand with him.
I'm finding it.
We all stand with him. But you keep missing. But I told you
because they're eating the dogs.
First of
No,
all,
I'm just kidding.
You want to know why? Because black men are 7.5 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of a crime.
So that means you're going to defend
Hold
every
on,
black
no.
person.
Let me finish. You asked me a
racist.
question. Matt,
That's literally
No, it's called innocent until proven guilty.
Matt,
What everybody
Actually,
else
not
gets.
racism. We'll have
Do something. Thank you for the $2 for he has concepts of good policies.
Matt,
Johnson Coconuts will do something.
Let me finish, Matt, before you interrupt. Black people are 7.5 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted. Even more so when that person is a white tea person. Black people get harsher crime than white tea people. Black kids get charged as adults called animal and dragged through the street when a white tea kid can do the same thing. So yes, I am standing with him. He deserves a free trial. And as you can see all over Twitter, TikTok, and all this other stuff, that man just came up here with a freaking fake police report that he could not tell me where he got it from, just to back his narrative. They are targeting him. They're running a freaking campaign, and there's another coon that's running along with him, and they're dragging the father through the dirt at the same goddamn time. Y'all run around and say it's fatherless behavior without even knowing if it's a freaking father in the background.
Can I ask you another question?
Let me finish.
All right.
Y'all always attack. Y'all always attack black kids.
Who are y'all?
White people. The party you voted with.
How do you know who I voted for? I haven't said not one thing about politics.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Who did you vote for, Matt?
That's crazy.
Who did you vote for, Matt?
Obama.
Did you vote in this election?
Yeah. He voted for Trump.
Who did you vote for?
Why does that
You don't
matter?
want him to be right. It's okay. Let me tell you, because people who vote, especially in this particular election, people who voted for certain people have certain values and morals or lack thereof. And the fact that where you pretty much stand on this particular case already lets you know that you voted for Donald Trump. And the fact that you can't answer the question lets us know that you voted for Donald Trump. It's like when you get caught cheating, you're like, huh?
Both are true.
Where you who said that? Where you get that wig from?
I want to be really clear with you, Matt, because I know this can feel like an attack. We are not trying to attack you. We are, well, at least I mean, well, actually, no. I speak for my family. We're not attacking you because
I didn't feel attacked by you at all.
Oh, great! I love that. Thank you so much. What we are trying to get you to recognize and understand that this is the crux of the problem. It's the same way that Kyle Rittenhouse was able to do what he did and then get up on a stand and shed tears. And everybody was like, okay, well, we have to
other cases. It's not the other cases. That's my question. Can y'all please answer my one question?
What is your one question, beloved?
If it comes out that Austin Metcalf didn't do anything wrong and Karmelo was 100% wrong and stabbed the kid and murdered him, will y'all still stand with Karmelo?
I guess we'll have to see.
Here's the thing, though.
That should be an easy answer. That's a layup.
Here's the thing, though. Here's what you miss.
Just like Trump did nothing wrong. Exactly. If he can be a criminal, so can Karmelo.
Nobody can answer it.
And Karmelo is not a criminal, just so you guys know.
Right, innocent until proven guilty. But the thing is like this is what Naquan was trying to say. First of all, he hasn't been proven guilty. Like he hasn't even had his day in court.
Okay, this is the way. Hold on. I'm so sorry, Susie. It's real loud wherever you at.
I can't tell you.
You on the we on the Bluetooth? Yeah, I think we on the Bluetooth.
Mad win. But Matt,
Matt, this is why another reason why he knew you voted for Trump. You say that you don't pick a side, but anything we say that is in favor of Karmelo, it's like you want to go against it. and you haven't said anything against Austin. And all, even with the evidence that is out, the only thing you can say is, what if they did nothing? What if these two tall, 250 football players, what if they did? What if you're saying? What if they?
both of them out.
That's what I'm just saying right there. Because
Mayweather is a
if he could have knocked both of them
fighter.
out, he would have knocked both of them out, Matt.
This is the pivot.
If
and
he
I'm
could have
asking that
knocked
you
both
listen
of them out, he
patiently.
would have knocked both of them out. The fact that you go against anytime we say anything in favor of Karmelo, you go against it, and you only say things in favor of Austin, but you say,
I haven't said
I'm not
anything in
picking a
favor of
side. That's what I'm
Austin.
saying.
No, Matt, I think what is easier for in the context of this is you are, and correct me if I'm wrong, you are putting it under the context of morality. For you, it's like, okay, well, he has killed this young man.
Yeah, he
This
killed
is
somebody.
so,
Yeah.
you're like, he has unalived somebody. This is wrong. Da 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 da. Where we are saying the context of this is for us, and this is the piece I'm trying to get you to understand. We are looking at the why and the how, and understanding that we as Black people have to walk this earth every day. When I brought it back to the context of race and said, hey, we need to have this conversation, this is the piece that you all are not able to understand because this is not a worry for you. You don't experience this other than what you feel maybe in regards to us, situations where you're like, okay, well, as a white person, I'm not going to go into the hood because the hood activities happen over there. For us, it is the context of we have to be cognizant of what happens when we engage with white people, what happens when we are in duress and distress around white people, what happens when we are engaging in conflict with white people, understanding that the rate that we could lose our life or go into a conflict where our lives are then ruined because of how we engage with you all is at least 50% higher than what you all will encounter. That is the piece of this that I feel like you are not understanding because you just don't have that experience. I'm not trying to put anything, and I'm not trying to put and I'm not trying to put anything on you, but that is the first piece of this before we are getting to the morality piece, because you're not wrong. This young man was unalive. Nobody's disregarding that. Yeah. But there are other contexts that we, as Black people living in America, take into consideration first, because that is the question. That's why I said race is a factor, because race is built into the DNA of this country. You don't understand that because for you, you get to walk around here living your normal life every day without that worry. We have to talk to our kids at 9 and 10 and 11, especially if they're a young Black men, and tell them about how to act in society, because we are afraid that if we don't tell them, they may not come home. And you cannot say that that is an exaggeration or it's not true, because we have witnessed our 13-year-old babies, our menaces and these horrendous dog whistle things to make them be monsters in a society where all they asked was to be loved and understood by the people they are supposed to share this earth with, while we get to also watch the white counterparts who get to go into pew up schools and churches and go into the middle of peaceful protests and incite riots and dangerous violent activities, be called children and be paraded around in the streets and be given due process and a fair trial for other people to understand, oh, well, they just came from a bad situation. We need to give them a second chance when we barely get to clear the gate for our first chance of breathing every day. That is the difference in understanding the context of this conversation.
That's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say, is that we were already in it. We are already guilty until proven innocent. And so we already have that stigma against us. And chances are, like, fine, you want to say, okay, well, if he did it, are you going to go ahead and side with? Fine. If he did it, he did it. But the chances are we are already convicted at a higher rate, whether or not we did do it. The justice system is not for us. It was not designed for us. That's why when you see these innocent projects, that's why we are more likely to be exonerated at a higher rate than anybody else. That's our point, to back up what Sunkist just said. We are fighting for our lives every single day. And that's something that y'all don't see.
Sunkist, can I tell you something? That way it'll help
not clump everybody together.
Yes,
I literally grew up with black people. I literally
Oh
have.
Jesus!
I knew it was coming. You know what I was
I
gonna
knew
say?
that.
Hold on,
Motherfucking trains never leave.
No, let him finish. Let him
hold
finish.
on.
Let him finish.
Everybody,
Let him
hold on,
finish.
hold
Let him
on.
finish. Let him finish.
I
Were they
have
poor?
lived with a black woman in an all black neighborhood.
Was it
I've been.
poor? Was it
Here we
poor?
go. Here we
No,
go.
I'm just asking because all black people
See,
weren't
y'all
poor.
want to.
Hold on, y'all hold,
Let him
y'all
finish. Yeah,
hold.
let him finish.
Yeah, because I just want to give an analogy afterwards, but go ahead.
I'm saying I have seen everything firsthand. Most of what you said is 100% true and wrong. I don't care what kid would have got killed. I don't care what color they were. It's wrong. If it comes out that it was self defense, whatever, then he wasn't wrong. All I know right now is a kid died.
So do you also feel the same way about all the school unalivings?
Yes, like
So
that's what
when
I'm
Donald
saying. Y'all
Trump tell
think that
people to just get over
when
it,
I hear about a bad story, I'm not like, what race were they?
but my thing is, even if whatever, like you said, if he was wrong, it's wrong, it's right, it's right, and you're more worried about this one child that is being unalive. So why? And then, but yet you vote for the guy who wants to protect these Pume rights, which is the number one thing that's unaliving children. So that's why it's hard for people to take what you say seriously because your what you're saying and your actions are they're contradicting each other.
The whole politic thing is gonna be a whole different. I don't even want to talk politics. We're talking about.
I'm just talking
we're
about
talking
somebody that can
this.
protect that's advocating for protecting us against the spread of weapons so that we won't have all these mass unalivings to children in schools ranging from elementary all the way up to college. These
They're
are
taking away
multiple
guns, but
children.
then bombing
But
people
but
all around the
but this
world. Like,
particular one guy you're really, really worried about. That's why it's hard to believe that. And I just want to give an example. Y'all stop saying you grew up with black people because you'll never feel what it's like. Two people can be twins, they can be in the same house. Donald Trump and his brother in the same house, raised the same, but you don't feel what Fred feel, and Fred don't feel what Donald Trump feel when the same daddy was not giving him attention, but also giving him attention. You can't tell nobody what their trauma feels like. So just because you saw it and you grew around it, they all grew up around it, but they don't understand. You don't feel the same. It doesn't mean that you know it. Doesn't mean that you feel it.
yeah,
You
that
can
wasn't
see
what I
some
was trying to
things
say.
and make
Punching don't count either.
a good. You can make a your own. What's the word I'm looking for? Your own opinion, but you'll never know deep down how it really feels.
Chris, can I ask him two questions?
I was just making sure I wasn't clumped in because there's white people that's literally never seen the hood. They don't know anything about what black people have gone through.
Gosh. All right, you're tokenizing. Let me.
I mean, our struggle is not just in the hood. I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, I'm not.
Black people experience the same thing as Carmelo Anthony is experiencing in Frisco, Texas, in a nice big ass house with a Benz for his birthday, his great grades, captain of the football, basketball, track, whatever team, doing all these great things, doing everything right, and yet nowhere near the hood, and still experiencing what we feel.
I felt the same thing being the daughter of an Air Force major. Like,
Still black.
Can I ask you two questions and then I'm muting up? I'm over this conversation with him. Matt, how many school pupils has it been in Texas over the last 10 years?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Okay, so
yeah,
it's been quite a few. So when the twin brother said that his brother grabbed his book bag, you're gonna take the chance? I'm gonna take that as a no. Okay, so let me ask you another question.
Yeah, like what are you talking about?
No. Do your proximity to black people negate racism? Do your proximity to black people negate racism?
It doesn't negate it, but I would say that
Okay,
it helps.
so stop tokenizing freaking black people. That is disgusting.
I don't know how I did that.
On Thursday, there was a school unaliving in Dallas, Texas.
So when we say tokenizing, what it
Wow.
means is oftentimes when we
are in conversations like this, oftentimes from white people, we hear, oh, well, I have a black friend, or, oh, I've been with, and not, again, saying this about you, but this is what we hear, okay? So I don't want you to feel like I'm pointing this at you, but I need you to hear the context.
Down with this conversation.
But I need you to hear the context of where this is coming from. Oftentimes we hear when we bring up topics such as this and we say, well, hey, here is all these things and variables that we have. Automatically, we see 9 times out of 10 white people will say, oh, well, I have a black friend, or I have a black child, or I have a black this, or I have a black that. And it is almost like you are trying to equate, because you have this in your life, that means you know exactly what we are going through. And that is not it. That we hear that so often, where we're like, just because you are in proximity to it does not mean you have an understanding of it. Because I guarantee you, the motherfucking Ringling brothers thought that they had shared a commonality of understanding with them goddamn tigers before they mauled their motherfucking faces off. Okay.
Oh yeah, Siegfried and Roy.
Siegfried, Roy, Ringling,
yeah,
whoever
that tiger went tiger real quick.
Right. That tiger went tiger. That's what we're trying to say. Like, it's like when you get it's really understanding that just because you are in the space does not, or the proximity of, does not mean you will understand or have the experience of what they are what that group of people, person, individual thing is taking place there. Because you are not it. Just because you're in proximity doesn't mean you are fully involved in or understand.
No, I'm just a witness to it. I was just throwing that out there.
And
I
I'll
wasn't
be on the flip side.
I understand it completely.
I've been the token. I have literally been the only black kid in a middle school. I've literally been, my family has been the only black family in a town. So when you're like, oh no, I have black friends, like I've been the black friend. Like, I mean, so yes, so I have been what Sunkiss has been talking about. So I guarantee you, like all of my friends growing up, where it's like, oh no, I've had a black friend. Guarantee you, they're still talking about me to this day.
Yeah,
and don't know what
you're like, girl, I don't even talk to you no more. You got a black friend.
All my friends were black.
I get that,
Yeah.
but my point is, even though all of your friends were black, like I mean, it's still the same narrative of before, where it was like, well, you know, when you go into a black neighborhood and it's low income, that was the narrative that you gave, that insinuating that all black neighborhoods are low income.
No, I never got to finish that. Like anytime I would go into the bad part of town, which in the town that I grew up in was the black part of town where my friends lived, I would get pulled over every time I went there because I was a white guy and they thought I was there to buy drugs, and they would search my car every time.
But that was where you live.
So
you
they
do
were
realize there are black neighborhoods like in Maryland that this is where they're upper middle class, and that is where black people live. That's my point.
Correct.
For sure. I was just saying my life experience. I wasn't saying that everywhere.
And that's understandable, because also now you can say, just because you were, and you actually, so here's the thing, that anecdote that you just laid down about how you were going over to your friend's neighborhood and they thought you were over there to buy drugs, flip that, take that and flip it. Instead of it being like, okay, well, they pulled you over, take the second piece of that. They thought you were over there to buy schmugs. Why did they think that?
Yeah, I get it. Because whenever my black friends would come to my white neighborhood out on the lake, they would get profiled. Like, it's wrong both ways.
Right.
I understand it.
But that's what I'm saying.
Right. But you're being profiled. Like, that's all it was like you being profiled. It was not you getting closer to being arrested or you getting closer to being unalive. It was not. That's the difference. Like for us, that's where it's like, it could be life or unaliving. It could be, like some kids said, one misstep that could mess up our entire lives.
And that's why I think Karmelo Anthony is innocent. Thank you, Mickey. That's why you're right. Because more than likely than not, he could be racially profiled, and then it went wrong, and all of a sudden it's his fault for defending himself.
Right.
That's why more likely than not.
I went to a PWI. I went to school for theater. I was one of 2 black students in my entire theater program with about 20 people in our class. Now I got them roles, bitch. I was a main stage kind of hoe. But to be clear, because we got to work twice as hard. However,
half as much.
Understanding that when I would be in proximity with them, we did what we had to do, but understanding that just because I was in proximity to them did not mean I was like them, didn't mean I was viewed the same, didn't mean any of the thing. I watched people get roles that they didn't even deserve. And me and my good sis, my twin, we knew we could do it better. But we watched and we waited and we had to play the game that existed in that space. On top of that, we didn't go to parties. We didn't go out to the bars. We didn't do any of that. We didn't do that because we knew if anything popped off in those spaces, in those places, we were prime targets. We were prime suspects. We will be looked at differently. Even when we would go out, somebody would drive. Before I even got in the car with them, I said, hey, thank you so much for doing this for me, taking me where I got to go. Please don't do anything crazy because if we get pulled over, I do not want to be looked at because I will be the first one to be looked at. And setting those boundaries really clearly and holding those conversations up front and saying, hey, I am aware of what is going to happen here. Yeah. Then you start to have the conversations that need to be had. Then you are establishing a sense of understanding. Then you are genuinely engaging in the context of racial conversations and what they mean for today's society, because that is what is required. I'm not going to sit up here and lambast you. You seem like a really cool dude. You seem like you have lived a life and you do have a sense of understanding. I don't feel no ill will or intent from you in this conversation. You have genuinely sat here. You have genuinely listened. You have said, hey, this is the way I feel about it. Hey, I'm not putting nothing on nobody. I'm just saying for like somebody's unalived and I don't understand that. We are hearing that with everything inside of us.
Yeah, it's the difference of, and going back to your neighborhood analogy, it's the difference of you being stopped because you're in a neighborhood that's being profiled versus you being profiled. We get profiled, not the neighborhood.
Department of YNs, welcome to the
You could
chat.
just call me Oya girl.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Matt, let me tell you about the first time that I realized that I was different as a child than the white children that I went to school with, because I was the only Black girl in that school. My dad tried to send me to private school. That did not work out. It was the day that Obama had gotten elected. We found out that he won. And it was not my turn to do the Pledge of Allegiance. But somehow it was that day. And I was made to stand in front of the whole school and give this Pledge of Allegiance. And then somebody asked me, how did I join the school? I must have gotten a scholarship. No, my dad pays tuition for me to go to this fancy ass school. And then after that, because I have an African name, and that was my first time seeing somebody in power with an African-esque name like mine, I was asked if I was Muslim, all this other stuff. So once I started speaking up and saying, like, you can't ask me that, that's kind of rude, that's kind of racist, all this other stuff, being the token Black friend, after I told my dad that, he moved me to public school because he realized I needed community at that point.
Yeah.
He realized I needed to be around people that looked like me at that point. I was the only Black girl in the 5th grade in all of the private school. That's just crazy. And then I thought joining the military, I was going to escape, like, racism and stuff like that. No, my last duty station.
It's everywhere.
My last duty station, my commander, my first sergeant, called me the N-word.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy.
And it get worse, and I feel like it's worse in the in the
So,
military.
and even people that serve this country that are African American, we are 10 times as more likely to be found guilty under UCMJ law. Because in the military, it's you're guilty until proven innocent, but we're not going to give you the tools to prove yourself innocent.
Sounds about right. Which is crazy.
I think there's
And
also
you want
just
to know
some
why they called me? You want to know why they called me the N-word? Because I was one of 2 Black female soldiers, and I did not want to take a picture for the battalion's org page. So they were complaining, and they didn't think I would hear them. And I recorded it of them calling me the N-word. A rude one at that. So Yeah.
Wow. W. Oh, y'all in the chat. Thank you for your service. We
I
appreciate you.
just
We love you.
no, seriously, Oya, thank you so much for your service, beloved. Matt, I think openly, like I've openly said, I don't feel no ill will towards you from the baby. You sitting here listening to this, and this is also not easy because it could easily feel like, well, they're trying to put guilt and blame on me. I'm not saying that that's what you're saying. I'm just saying I know
No, I'm
that is
good.
what that could feel like. I think the crux of this is if more people were willing to listen like you and take the opportunity to really hear these stories and hear our experiences and hear the things that we've experienced, what we're saying, I feel like white people will be able to really sit down and be like, damn, wait a minute. Maybe everything isn't about race in the context in which we're saying it, because oftentimes it feels like, oh, well, they're attacking us, when it's more so, no, we're just trying to defend our rights to live because we don't have that. And that oftentimes feels like what this is, that we are defending our right to live every day we walk on this earth. Every day that we are trying to provide for ourselves and our families and for our mental well-being. Many of us are just now getting to our generation, millennials and Gen Z. We are just now transitioning ourselves into what it means to take care of our mental health. As long as we have been on this, been on this earth, walking this earth, have had answers, we are just now getting to the point where we are beginning to openly have conversations about mental health and generational trauma.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
That should tell you something. We are having conversations about mental health, generational trauma, while still experiencing trauma and things that adversely affect our mental health every day, while fighting through it, while not only continuing to fight for ourselves, while continuing to fight for others and for the freedoms of others, which also include white people. That's the crux of this. We're still fighting for the betterment of a nation that feels like it hates us, while trying to stand up for everybody else. Can you see how that could be a little bit diametrically opposed?
For sure. And no, that's the biggest thing that I wanted to get out of this is like, I don't want either side to just take up for the side that is their race simply because it's a racial thing.
Latrine wanted to speak on it as a parent. And Matt, do you have children?
Yeah, I was going to ask y'all the same thing. Yeah, I got 4 kids, so it's the same thing. Yeah, like I want to raise my kids. Like that's the thing that I was gonna kind of ask Sanka is like, where do we go from here to fix it? Because like, I don't want them to grow up. I don't want it to keep going and going and going to where they still have to.
Because they mixed kids, right?
No, my
Oh,
kids.
you didn't have no babies by the black lady. They do something. Thank you for the dollar for siding with him, not because he's black, but because he's black. I'm hollering. Drop some coconuts. Thank you. Do some.
You know how we combat that? You teach your children kindness. Kindness is a language that the deaf can hear and the blind can see.
Yeah, I love that.
That's a good one.
They learn that.
Welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry, Latrine.
Welcome in. I appreciate your patience. How are you tonight? We can't hear you, just in case you don't know. And you guys, while she's getting it together, give me a follow if you're not done. So tap the screen. Let's get up to 250K. We're gonna get Latrine's take, and then everybody give their final thoughts. And then we'll get up out of here. We have 111 left on the goal. We have 258 people in here. So if everybody sends $1, we really could knock out that goal by the time we get done. Getting everybody's final thought as well. You guys, $2. Hey, do something. Thank you for the $2, but that's going to go over your head. Okay, it didn't go over mine. I appreciate you. Drop some more coconuts for do some. 109. Okay, so do something has started the $2 train. So everybody, drop $2. I'm Jessica Simone. Cash App and or Venmo is always the best way to support the
Really
and
quickly.
we only got 25 hearts left. Heart hands, you guys. Please and keep tapping.
Really quickly, Matt, to answer your question, you said, how can we move forward? I think one, we need to hold conversations like this. I think I'm not going to say we, I think other people need to get comfortable with having uncomfortable conversations. Like I was just looking at you have a substantial following. In all honesty, I'm gonna
Letitia,
just be
thank you
real
for the
honest with
$2
you.
for the train. Thank you. Who's
Try,
next? Go ahead.
if you can, if you have the wherewithal, the ability to, or the desire to, go live and do a simple thing like, like this, inviting people in to tell their stories.
Yeah.
I openly believe that as a person, we as human beings were designed to evolve, and we cannot do that if we only stay within our own communities, with what we feel comfortable with in proximity to people. We have to branch out and encounter others and hear other people's stories and experiences, because that's the only way we're going to learn and grow and evolve. You say you have some Black friends, even with you being around them for a long time, with them being your friends, sit down one day and will say, hey, man, like, what do you think about me? Or like, how do I present to you? Ask a question, ask some specificity, get some wherewithal about what is taking place. Because oftentimes the perception of where we are is not the perception of where others would have us be.
For sure.
That is the difference here. Hold some good, constructive, deep conversations. Not everything is surface level. No, Latrina said she's muted.
That's
And-
honestly
you
why
muted?
I didn't run off. That's why I didn't run off when everybody got mad at me for.
I know, and I applaud you for that, because oftentimes, no, and I'm being dead ass.
Yeah.
Oftentimes people will run because they are unable to sustain their cognitive dissonance to really hear what is going on, because they get so triggered and offended by what they are hearing in that moment that it freezes them from anything else constructive that may happen in the context of the conversation.
Yeah.
Hello, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Hey y'all, how y'all
Welcome in,
doing?
Latrine. How are you?
Well, good, beautiful Jessica. Okay, girl, I've been listening to this all night. It's been very good though. It was a very interesting conversation, but I wanted to bring it to a parent perspective, right? I have a college student and I have a 13-year-old. I really want to concentrate right now on my 13-year-old. He has been experiencing racial issues at his school, and I'm here in Texas. Not too far from Frisco, actually, like right up the road. And we live in a predominantly Hispanic mixed culture, so it's mixed with Asian, and mixed with white, and it's mixed with Black, and there's a bunch of us up in here, right? But my child has been experiencing racial issues at his school. And I'm having to have this conversation in two folds. One, with what happens when you're with your white friend versus what happens with you or with a group of Black friends. Why am I having to have this conversation? Because it's always going to be a racial thing.
Yeah, because you experience it. And they
Because
can't even get mad at the
That's
we're
right.
mad at the kids, but if it wasn't a racial thing as grown-ups as us talking about it, then why do the grown-ups keep instilling it in their children? Because that's where
Correct.
they learn it from.
That's where they learn it from. And so with that being said, I want to break away from my 13-year-old and talk about me a little bit. I grew up in Arkansas, right down the road. Okay? And it's very, very, very segregated still. We're living in 2025. Where I'm from, what divides my community is the railroad tracks. You have the white folks side, and then you have the Black folks side. Guess what? It is still like that today. That
and
is
in
the
Mississippi,
nature.
not too long ago, they still have a Black homecoming queen and a white homecoming queen.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So that is the nature of where we
Georgia too.
That is the nature of where we come from. We come from this. Now, our generation, because I'm 43, I just turned 43 on Friday. Thank you, Jesus.
Happy birthday!
Yes, honey.
Thank you. But what I want to say to Matt is this dynamic changes with our generation. We can't expect our moms and dads to change the dynamic right now. It's up to us to talk to our kids about reality. I can't talk to my son and tell him, oh, in a puppet land, all men are created equal. No. I'm going to tell him, when you're with your white friends and you go into a Gucci store, your white friends is not going to get followed, but you are.
And if they try to talk you into stealing, don't do it.
And guess what? That actually happened to my son.
He felt it.
Recently. His first time ever at a Gucci store, ever in the mall, and sure enough, they followed him. And he was like, Mom, I've never had this experience, but guess what? You thought I was like, oh, I'm going to go to the store and I'm going to do. No, I said, you know what? I'm glad you had that experience.
So I'm not lying, because
So
how kids
I'm not lying.
think that you overreacted.
Absolutely. So, sir, I'm glad you're on here. I'm like everybody else. I'm glad you're on here and you're getting educated and everything, but we're not overreacting, because the way you were talking sounded like you were thinking that we were overreacting. I am black 255 days a year, every day. Every day I wake up, guess what? I am black. I lay down, I am black. I get in my car, I am black. I've never had PTSD as much as I do now when I get behind the wheel of a car and I see police officers drive up. So I am black every day. I'm not white every day. I don't have a decision to be white. I'm black. And yeah, that thing about you having black friends, that's a cop out for me, because what does that gonna do if you get pulled over?
I almost said that, but I knew it was a miss. I almost said, what you only black 255 days? What you do the rest of them days?
She is
the rest of them days. I can't say what I'm gonna do the rest of the day because I'm an N-word the rest of the days. I can't say that on TikTok. But I'm just saying.
But I think that is like the difference here of, again, how we keep saying this is the experience, this is what is taking place for many of us.
Yeah.
And this is what is happening. And so, like you said, well, where do we go from here? We just got to listen to each other, because somebody brought up I'm sorry, Jess.
I'm sorry. I know it's a little delayed. Thank you for the $5 donor that says, it has been 14 times that I've been called the N-word while serving this country. The last 2 times in uniform. Before the time before last, I was coming home from deployment from Poland, trying to come home to my family who I hadn't seen in 2 years. After I deployed and stay away from my family for the country, and you still want to call me an N-word. Drop some coconuts and some blue hearts for y'all. Thank you for your and thank you. Yeah, so we're down to 102, y'all. Come on now. We're almost done.
But I think it's just the context of this, because like somebody said down in the comments, well, it just feels like that as a white person, that when I say what my experience is, it feels like black people will say, well, you're just making an excuse. That is twofold. It is one, because we hear this constantly, so now we have shut ourselves off from wanting to really hear anything past that. But also, that's a piece that we have to tackle. We have to openly readjust the way in which we approach some of those conversations, because for many of you that is also true. You're not out here running around here to be ignorant or race or not. None of that. That is true. I want to be really clear about this. But for the majority of what we experience, it is racism, and that will always put a different lens on how we view the context of these conversations. It doesn't make it right, but it does mean that we have a lot further to go than what we all thought originally. That is what this is about.
because for us, we're constantly in a place of defensiveness. And because we can't necessarily all the time be offensiveness, because if we're offensive, it could mean we lose our lives.
Well, we don't know who to trust, first of all.
And that's also it. We have we don't know who to trust, because when we've tried, we have been burnt, and we don't have to look no further. And we don't have to look no further than the November election. Like that really shifted something in this country, where we really honestly thought that as Black, because we had been fighting for so long, and we were finally saying, hey, we're going to cut the bullshit and we're going to give it to you straight. We need you to listen to us. We're being associated for the one time in y'all's lives. We really need you to listen to us and vote for this woman, because if you don't, all of us are fucked. And y'all basically, well, y'all, in the context of the grand scheme of y'all, white people who didn't vote for her, basically said, we hear y'all, we see y'all, and we really don't give a fuck. We would rather have y'all be in y'all place and take ourselves out in the process than give y'all the opportunity to have another one of y'all in the office again, because we don't trust you. Because we trust this white man more than we would trust this competent Black lady.
Well, and that was an opportunity to show, instead of just keep saying, we stand with you, and be like having these conversations that we're having now.
It was the time for solidarity.
We are able to be like, yeah, we need to understand each other. We need to listen and do this. And then we had the opportunity to prove it. And it proved that, oh, I was just lying. I was just trying to hang out.
That's why I said trust is an issue.
Exactly. And
trust is an issue. And it's going to continue to be an issue.
Chica, thank you for the $2 challenge. Thanks for hosting tonight. This conversation was needed. Thank you so much, Chica. Drop some coconuts for Chica and the $2 challenge. She said, who's next, baby? Okay.
Right, that's it. Because I'm not gonna hold you. I got me some good white friends. I love my good white friends, but they also know the way that I'm set up as a Black, and we consistently hold conversation around race. We consistently hold these conversations because you have to. It is a key. If you're gonna be in community with somebody, you got to have these forms of conversations now. That's not even a question. It's not like, okay, well, we can gel over video, we can gel over the same like kind of music. That's simple, basic shit, bitch. Are we vibing about the same rights? Are we vibing about understanding that there's a modicum of respect that we do need to understand with each other? Do we understand why y'all use bars?
The little square rag.
Your
hand. Have those conversations. If we can start doing that, then we can get to a place of understanding. We have to hold conversations like this. And oftentimes it feels like people don't want to engage in them because they're difficult and they're uncomfortable. But we can't move forward as a nation if we don't. Also, Matt Copeland, 88.
It's not possible.
Jess, you're gonna have to drop me after this, baby. I can already see where this is going. I just want to say to you really quickly that you're over here in a conversation asking us about what we going on when you need to be down there at the airport checking on your mother who's been sniffing luggages all day to make sure that she can afford to live in her basement. I want to be really clear about that.
W son, y'all drop some coconuts for Rhea. Thank you for the dollar donor that says, hey girlie, tuning in from London. Come on all the way from London.
I want to say one more thing before I leave, because I gotta leave, but I want to say one more thing real quick. I know that the conversation is with our white tea counterparts, right? But they're not the only people that we have issues with right now that we're gonna have to have conversations with. We just trying to get y'all out the way first. Because when we deal with the other people that we got problems with, you know what I mean? That's gonna be a whole little conversation that the white people like, oh, so it ain't just us.
No, it's not. We share the closest proximity to y'all, and with us us holding a, because you all are the largest population, us technically considered the second largest population. We hold proximity to each other. We've also we've been in community with quotations around it the longest with you all. We're really trying to get y'all out the way at this point so we can really head over to the Latinos and be like, wow, y'all use the N-word more than we do.
That part.
What the fuck is going on over here?
We got other issues with other nationalities too.
The list.
I even hate when you say the word nigga.
I'm just saying.
Some shit just cringeworthy. You ain't even gotta be deep, I guess. Anyways, Thank you so much
I
for
love
coming up,
y'all.
Latrina. I appreciate
You're
you. You know we
welcome.
love you,
Love y'all. See
darling.
y'all later.
W Royal Families in the chat, you guys. Yes. Okay, here we go. Give me a follow if you're not done. So tap the screen. Let's get up to 250K. We got 99 problems, but the goal ain't one. Let's go. Cause we got $99 left in our goal, and we also have what's this? 23 hard hands left, you guys. So let's see if we can knock that out before we get out of here. Thank you, Department of YN. Matt, that was a lot to digest, I will say. Come on now.
Hey, can y'all make sure that that dude Alabama has the Discord link?
Oh, Naquan. Are you still here, Naquan? Can you send? Come on, thank you. Let's go. Naquan, can you send that dude Alabama? Not the Alabama. It's a Al.
Oh, it's the. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad.
Because
My bad. Okay.
AL is I'm
sorry.
Canadian. I don't
I'm
know where it's
sorry.
thinking.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
AL is I think the
it's the abbreviation for
Alabama.
Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I
is
saw the
gonna-
Canadian
Alberta.
flag.
He could be from Alberta.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. My bad. I look. He's like he don't want to claim Alabama, and I don't blame him. Okay. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't claim no Bama.
I know. Look, I'm in Georgia. I feel you. Okay, Al, that dude Al. I'm sorry, Al.
But yes, Naquan, can you today people just kept calling me Al. Okay, yeah, there we go. Al it is. Send that dude Al the link to the Discord.
Alabama
we're gonna have to
Slammer.
get on up out of
What
here.
is an Alabama Slammer?
Almost 2:00 in the world. Do people still? I don't even know what that is. I went to college. How was that, V? You have to DM me because I can't DM you. Oh yeah. So say something to Naquan right there, and that way he can send you the message. Department. Oh no, Matt. Any Yes, my apologies. You want to respond?
No, my question would open up like a long conversation. I think you're trying to get out of here. So
But definitely come back. We'll be back tomorrow.
No, seriously, and I shot you a follow because again, like these conversations are important, and we do need to have more of them.
no, yeah, for sure. No, I'll join in again for sure.
Bet. Thank you so much.
No, thank y'all. I'm glad that I stuck around and we had some good talk.
No, agreed. If Dante had kept his little ass around, maybe he would have learned something tonight. But he wanted to run.
Nah, Dante into this.
Dante got dropped.
Oh, that's right.
Cause he was 23 and he sounded
He
23.
was young,
And I'm
though.
not
Yeah, he
saying
didn't
just
know.
because of his voice, but I'm just saying like just the way you're thinking of it. But I could tell he was Dayton was, speaking like, critically thinking like
I gotta get Matt.
maybe this, that, and the other.
No, Matt did his big one tonight. And again,
he broke his ass over the coals.
No, we
Lady Lando, thank you for the $5 for the beautiful Black Queen. Thank you so much. Drop some coconuts for Lady Lando in the chat. Come on now, we working on.
No, Matt, you really did
that.
your big one tonight, and I really appreciate you for really engaging and just listening and hearing.
Thank you, boo.
Asking questions, really, really suspending your own place of like, okay, this is my understanding on this, but I'm also hearing it. Like, thank you. That matters. That is where we can move forward.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the question and then I think we're gonna be done.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Because
the other day,
we're almost done with our goal.
The other day we were at the park and I have a 6-year-old daughter, and it was a black grandfather and he had his grandson down there, and they were like playing cops and robbers, and they were acting like they were taking each other to jail, and she like acted like she was taking him to jail, and the grandpa got so mad, and I didn't understand I understood why the guy was mad, but like my daughter had no clue what was going on. So like I don't know how to like.
You didn't know how to explain it to her?
I don't even.
I think
I don't want them to think in the terms of race in their day to day. Is that dumb?
It's not.
Seriously, thank you for the $4 for you, Jess. Thank you, girl. I appreciate you. Getting on down, scooting on down.
Because
As
she
a
thought she
parent
was
of
just
a
playing with her
young
kid.
as a parent of a young child, like getting up to like that kind of age, the thing that I like to explain to my child, like before we moved to where we moved to, I told her about the history and I explained to her, like, this is why we don't pick things up off the beach. This is why we don't touch animals, because this is not our land. This is their ancestral land. And this was illegally annexed. So we have to respect them and their land. And she understood that. You think kids don't understand, but when you start telling them stuff, they begin to understand. You just got to say it a little bit. You just got to
differently.
sugar coat it a little bit. Like, I didn't know how to tell my baby about colonization, but
Yeah.
fucking did. And then, like, she wanted to be Moana for Halloween, and I had to explain to her what racial appropriation was.
I think
And
you
now
just
she
have to
knows.
explain it, like explain it to your daughter, like, hey, that like he got upset because he got scared, because and just be honest and say, oftentimes because they look different, they're treated differently, and then you can kind of begin to really help establish the foundation of what that means.
Yeah, the grandpa got mad.
explain
The
how
kid
it's
never
not
got
right.
mad. The kid, it was just a game. Like,
I know, but oftentimes that anger comes from fear.
okay, I got you.
Oftentimes
I
that
was
anger
just
comes
making sure
from
that you knew, like, the kids,
yes,
all kids
yes.
involved were just playing. Like,
Oftentimes that experience, that anger comes from experience. Because let me tell you, so you said it was his grandfather?
yeah, it was like he's probably in his 70s, so like he lived
Baby,
through.
yeah. You dealing with an older
Yeah.
black man in his 70s?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that ain't nothing but anxiety, PTSD,
Yeah.
I was
fear,
gonna say,
and
I
that
was
is
like, he's
manifested
born
as
in the
anger.
40s or the 50s, early 50s.
Yes. So he more than likely experienced that and got really, really like,
Yeah.
whoa.
So I
Like-
understood I understood it from his point. I just didn't know how to handle it on my side, and like I didn't want to make it a bigger deal. So
Nope. Because in all honesty, if you start having the context of that conversation now and explaining it, your daughter will have a more advanced understanding of what that means and what that is, and will probably be more empathetic, more understanding, more cognitive, more aware. Because a lot of kids don't have that in that context because parents aren't explaining it.
no, that makes sense.
And I sent you a follow. I sent you a follow because I have somewhere for you to learn how to be an ally. And yeah, I think you'd be a very valuable ally.
Nice. No, I think I follow everybody back.
Okay. No, I think that was a really good question. I think it was a volatile moment where it was like, well, why? And I was like, okay, this could either be really good or this could be really bad. But it turned out to be really good. So like I said, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I even said it in the comments. I was like, Matt asked them, fell asleep. Like Sundays when you were
I was
talking,
ready to come give you the YN special.
I was like,
No, I was letting everybody talk. I was letting everybody talk.
And he but that's why I kept going back and saying, well, Matt, do you see? Because I was also doing that twofold. One, to genuinely see if you did see, but two, just to keep checking in with you to make sure you were still engaged in the conversation.
Well, I think that's the biggest thing is whenever you actually like ask the question and then listen, like, and it's not just an argument. Like in the beginning, we didn't get anywhere because everybody just wanted to argue and get their point across, and nobody was listening. So I was just like, oh, I'm just gonna be quiet.
Yeah, it was ugly in the beginning.
Yeah, well, I mean, because one thing they'll tell you, I'll level set, but I will. We could argue. That's not no problem. But also, the context of conversation is to listen to understand, not just listen to hear and be able to engage in functional dialogue.
Yeah.
That's the piece of this. And oftentimes you don't see that space because emotions run high, tensions run high, and we stop listening to conversate and we start listening to prove a point to try to be right.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I didn't want to do because that's what I told Jessica. Like, I don't have I'm not rooting for either side. Like, I don't know enough to even say who was in the wrong. Like, That's why I can't say anything.
No, and that's why when I said, well,
die.
for you, it's morality. For us, it's X, Y, Z before we get to morality. Not disregarding the morality because his life is no longer here. We all instinctively know black, white, Asian, pink, polka dot, or in between, to take a life is wrong. When somebody's life is gone, that morally, that is not correct unless you have some other things going on. But for a majority of the people, we understand morally that is not right. The other piece of it is but we also have to consider all of these variables before that because we are black and our experience is this. And so that's why I was like, no, I'm not arguing with you about the morality because the morality is clear. There are other contextual pieces I want to know, are we considering in the crux of this conversation?
Yeah, no, it makes once we started talking and you broke everything down and everything started calming down and making a lot more sense and people could actually make points and not just yell back and forth.
Well, we know that. It's like, and that's the thing, like we always end up getting caught up. It's like, I think that's our point is like, yeah, we always end up getting caught up, or as far as like, we know the morality, but we also end up, we're going to get hit over the head basically, more or less. And that's why we're that's what Sunkiss was saying. We end up teaching our kids situational awareness earlier. The things that whether or not that's what we call it, the things that we teach our kids, hey, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to make sure you present yourself a certain way. Don't do this, don't do this. It's situational awareness.
Right. And it's like we have a version that we call it like the talk, where we have these talks with our kids. That is a big thing within the community now because there has to be an understanding of safety and awareness. I think in all honesty, you as white people need to start having a version of the talk with y'all's kids and being it around, hey, understanding that this is the context of this country in which we live in, that we have done some things that have made life a little bit more difficult for others. So when you encounter people like who don't look like you, understanding why they may have this reaction to you, not because you have done anything, but because history and society has dictated X, Y, and Z.
Yeah,
if both of our communities sat down
10,
and really had these talks and conversations, baby.
You was not about to put no hot sauce on that popcorn.
Yes, she is.
With your poetic justice.
Yes, she is.
I know. She went from Jessica Rabbit to poetic justice.
In fucking 2 days. Okay?
I know. That's what I was gonna say when I came on live. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, what happened to Jessica Rabbit?
She's gonna be somebody different tomorrow.
But Matt, you are doing great. You are doing the work to make sure you raise and do right by your kids in the best way that you know how. And it may not always be comfortable. It may not always be where you are at in that moment, but you are rising to meet the moment of where they are and where they will be, because they are the next generation. They are the future. If we're not working to better our futures, then what are we doing? What is the point of all of this?
And that's the key, is I want them to grow up in a world that's better and try to solve some of these problems instead of just continuing to
kick the can down the road, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, that's why everybody got mad whenever I was trying to give context about who I am. But I don't want everybody just sees me and they're like, oh, well, he's just a racist white guy that voted for Trump. And it's like, no, like there's so much more that you don't know about me. Like, I'm not
but
that.
Why would you vote for Trump?
Jessica.
Oh my gosh.
No,
oh my gosh.
that's a whole nother conversation.
I was gonna say, I was like, now you gonna open up Pandora's box.
I balanced it out by saying I also voted for Obama.
I mean, on our end though, we hear that quite a bit, where people are like, "Oh no," and that's why that's where we're like, "No, stop it," because that's where it's like, "Oh no," but yes, we
right. But really quickly, and I do want to make this because I've been thinking about this too, is when people say, "Oh, I voted for Donald Trump," well, why do you all make assume that makes me? And it's like, I think there's just another piece of this too. Just really quickly, I'm not gonna open the whole box. I'm just gonna say
please
this.
don't, man.
I'm not because I want to go to sleep.
I got a little time to this popcorn go.
No, bitch, because I'm gonna call you on
we
FaceTime because you gotta tell me about the thing.
Got the popcorn ready for real.
No, but the context of it comes, people say, well, why do you feel that people who voted for Donald Trump are right? Because oftentimes we go off of, because we have to as a people, we go off of actions, we don't go off of words. The actions and the words for Donald Trump with where his racism is that he, got up on that stage and said what he said about the Hispanic community. He's called Haiti a shithole country because it's predominantly black and brown people that live there. When Puerto Rico had that the hurricane and the tornadoes and everything else, that he went down there, he was throwing out paper towels to these people in the middle of a crowd. Like, his actions and his words align. So when we say, oh, well, if you're voting for Donald Trump, you're racist, because that is how it reads. And it's like, oh, well, I'm not that. How can you say, and then the thing that we then go to next is, well, how can you say that if he has done X, Y, and Z? Oh, well, I don't believe because he hasn't said it's like it becomes a semantics conversation, because while we are looking at his actions and the way he has moved, people try to put space and distance between that because they cannot cognitively accept, one, that he could be those things, and two, that they could be in alignment with those things. Does that make sense?
I get it. Yeah, no, I definitely don't agree with a ton of stuff from him. I think the last 3 elections has been lesser of two evils. Like, which one do you want?
And I also think that's the problem. For when you say the lesser of two evils, what may be evil to you may not be evil to me,
American business,
and what may be evil to me may not be evil to you, and that's that's a big problem when we're looking at the context of politics, because we literally have people who are saying, oh, well, this is what we voted for, he's doing great, while at the same time we're watching the economy decline, while we're watching our other nations move away from it. Like,
which is what he ran on, and that's part of what he got people like me, that I'm a business owner, so like he got people like me, because it's like, oh, we're tariffs. Yeah, we want a better economy, but
I thought we wasn't opening this box. We're not opening this box. We are anyway. Tabasco is my favorite hot sauce.
But like, see, that's a prime example. And so for you, like Matt, while you're here and engaging in this, it's like, okay, well, just watch what happens in regards to that. Watch what happens. Because like you said, well, I'm a small business owner, right? For you, it may seem great, but what will the end product be as a business owner?
For sure.
And that's what we were all able to see. And that's why we're like, no, don't do this. But oftentimes when people think, oh, well, because I don't hear my name in the conversation specifically, then I'm going to be disregarded. And that was a big issue that happened, that we noticed. White men got up in arms because Kamala didn't directly say something to them. So they were like, oh, well, she's not talking to us, so I'm going to be hurt, and I gotta vote in my best interest. Heard and understood. But because you voted in your best interest, you also voted against everybody else's best
interest. Did you raise your hand on your own live?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I have a question. Did you voted for? Do you sell a product that you ship from overseas?
No, I don't know. Fencing company.
I'm assuming.
I don't want to hear any more before I get tempted. I don't want to hear any more.
Bitch, at least he didn't say he was.
Let me. I'm gonna drop you down. Oh yeah, because then I love you, baby.
Because we hear all the. Well, I'm a truck driver. I got my CDL. Well, damn, it feels like every white person I know at this point got their CDL. The way y'all come up here, and that's the first thing that I hear pop out of people's mouths.
Nah,
okay, you said. I'm assuming it's a
$multi-million
multi-million-dollar company, right?
Mine?
Yeah.
One day.
Right. So what about you as a businessman? What did he say that's going to benefit you?
I just felt like he wanted the economy to be booming again.
I want $1 million.
Yeah, no, I think that he did. He's a salesman.
So do you believe
basically
that
you telling me he didn't say nothing?
Well, so you're basically, I feel like what you're saying is that he may have sold you all something that you may not have necessarily
he
at
didn't
the
sell,
time.
but he didn't sell nothing.
Well, hold on.
But what did he say?
I think that's the key, though, is Kamala didn't sell anything. She's just like, oh, we're gonna keep doing it like we've been doing it. And it's like, oh well.
She didn't say that either. You. That's how I know you wasn't even listening. So either that's why people would think like either racist or you don't like women. That's what people would think.
Neither.
Because hold on. No, I'm saying this. I'm telling you why people would think so when you voted for Trump, because you said she doesn't sell anything, we're not going to change it anything, lets me know that you didn't even read the policies or you weren't even listening to what she said that she wanted to do. And she would have been able to help your company, especially small business owners, and giving them more contracts as well, more government.
My
Sorry, that
goddamn
Colonel.
Colonel that went down the
Yeah, it
block.
went down there right here.
I thought it was a hot sauce.
Yeah, she wanted to mix with the hot sauce. Colonel got hot sauce on it. And but she was going to help build your business to that $1 million business that you once wanted. Then he didn't say anything about how his taxes or tariffs was going to help the middle class. That's why I always ask, what did you hear that he said that was going to benefit your business? And you know what I'm saying? And so if he's selling you something, he had to tell you. He didn't even give y'all a promise that, which means y'all blindly wanted to choose him. He
It was
gave
more
no
than
numbers.
a
He didn't say no taxes. He didn't say no. Deporting all the immigrants doesn't help your business because we need as many buyers as we can get.
No, because we're seeing that right now with the farmers who are already asking to be bailed
Which
out because
means
people aren't coming to work.
you
It's
didn't even
it's
need him to sell you an actual product that benefited you because you already wanted to vote for him. And that's why I try to get people to really dig deep and think about why, because there is no real reasons. You say you don't agree with everything he does, you don't like everything he does, and what's the ton of things? If you didn't like a ton of things over there, that means you didn't like a ton and a half over here. So like, what are those 5 things maybe that you don't like with Kamala Harris? Because she definitely sold a plan for small businesses.
but my thing was I did not believe her and I believed him.
And I
Why
think
would
that's
you? That's
but you
another
know what? But you
reason.
know what? That's honest.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm just
Yeah.
being honest with you. Like I'm
No, and I will because
Right.
you know what? We don't even get that. That's the other piece of this that I was trying to get to earlier. You all, and I'm not saying this to be disparaging that you met. I want to be really clear. This is one of the most honest fucking conversations we have ever damn near had on this panel. I
no,
think at
I'm
this
always
point,
be
just correct me if
honest.
I'm
Like
wrong.
that's I'm just
No,
that's
you hit it on it. You said we believed him, and I think I don't believe there's anything wrong with believing the person who's saying I want to do this for you, but I do also think for many of us, we were saying, well, we can't go off of belief because we saw how he moved in his first term, and many of us kept that, while others were willing to disregard that and say, oh, well, we believe that he will do this for us this time around, and it's like, okay. So then what happens when X, Y, and Z have, oh, well, he won't do that to us because we believe that he won't do that to us. And we are now coming to a staunch realization about what it means when belief and action don't align. You can have
Yeah.
all the
Okay.
belief in the world that somebody will do right by you, but until they actually do right by you with their actions, what are you floating your boat on?
That's why the question is why. I keep asking why. Y'all not asking yourselves why. Why did you believe him? Why did you believe the felon? Fraud is lying. He's fraud. Got found guilty on fraud many of times.
Can I
He's
tell
been
you that
caught.
though?
Hold on. He's been caught on 30,000 lies in his first term alone. He was telling lies during the campaign. One being, if he was not getting money, they can't get a hold of Biden. And then literally the governor right after says, I just got off the phone with Biden. He's been nothing but great. He's given us everything we need and more. Just lie, 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 lie. Build a wall, not building a wall. Lie. So you got to ask yourself, why am I believing
Yeah,
the
that was my
liar
state.
Can I tell you
over
what won him the
somebody that
election
is
though?
not even, don't even have a track record of lying?
Can I tell you what won him the election? Is he, with the help of Democrats, he became a victim, especially after he got shot. Because he turned
With the
himself
help
into a
of Elon
victim
Musk and
of
250 million.
no, I know, but nobody was paying attention to that. Everybody was just paying attention
Yes, we
to
were. If
they
you go
made
to
him
a state and
they
tell
made him
them
a
I'll give you $1
felon.
million,
They made him a felon when they shouldn't. They should have just left that alone. I'm telling you, Kamala would have won if he wouldn't have been found guilty
Business fraud.
and
You
if he
shouldn't
would
have
have been
let that
shot.
alone.
You're saying they should have just ignored like the laws and not charged him when he's guilty?
It was something from 20 years ago. I'm telling you, if
No,
they would have
no,
waited,
no, 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 no,
if
no, no,
they
no.
would have waited
Hold
6
on,
more
hold on,
months,
1 second. But Matt, listen, that's how
Those are two
much you're
different
made.
things.
That's how much he stays in trouble. The sexual abuse case was from however many years ago.
20
The
years ago.
fraud was literally from 2016.
Right.
So, Matt, are
The
you
fraud
saying
the
that they
fraud
should
was
have just
recent.
focused? So, Matt, well, I think what Matt is saying, Matt, I think
Hold
what
on,
you're
really
saying
too. I
is,
got a quick question.
oh yeah, I'm
Matt,
sorry.
so if they would not have charged him with 34 count felony, would you have voted for Kamala Harris?
No, I didn't. I'm not
It
saying
don't
me.
matter. That's exactly what I'm
Yeah, I'm
saying.
not
It
saying
don't
me.
matter.
I'm saying that's
But
what
you wouldn't
swung.
have.
That's what
Are
swung
you,
the
Nobody.
so
election.
are you saying that
No,
if they would
that's
have
not
just
what
focused
won
on
the
the
election.
fraud,
Because if that was won the election, then you would change your mind if that was different. It won't even change your mind. So why do we expect it to change others?
I'm telling you, it instantly made him. He's not the billionaire that's out of touch. He instantly became a victim.
No.
I'm telling you what people think.
Then why it didn't
Becoming
change
a
your mind?
victim doesn't change someone's vote. Just because someone now looks like he's victimized doesn't mean I'm going to go vote for him. It's because you believed that he would actually do good for some reason, misconceptions that we got to figure out.
but I think what Matt is saying is that sympathy, once you become a victim, like once he became a victim, his victimism and the victimizing of him garnered him
Like they were
sympathy,
out to get him.
garnered him sympathy from his larger base, and that is what drew people
Probably
to
that big
attempt
old
to
scar
vote
on
for
his
him.
ear.
Like
I talk to multiple people every day, just because of my job, talking to people, and politics come up and yada yada yada. And I'm telling you, people were just openly sympathetic towards him, and
They were
before
never
they were
going to
not.
vote for Kamala Harris. No way. Just like you wasn't. Respectfully, I'm just want us to be real, y'all.
I'm just telling you, I don't have any like blind hatred towards her. I don't hate her. Like I really don't. I don't hate her.
I don't think that you do.
You shouldn't have, anyways.
What was that?
But I
I'm just
also think
asking
like
y'all to
this is,
think. I just asking you to keep asking why, right?
yeah, because I
Oh my
think
bad.
this
I
is the
didn't say it. Hold on.
mindset. This is the mindset shift. This is because the thing is, I forget whose panel I was up on, but openly asking the question. Now, like his 100 days are almost up. Or and people keep saying, "Well, I voted for him for no tax on tips." Where is it at? Where is it at? What since you all saying, "Well, he's doing all these executive, or he's doing more than Joe Biden." Da 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 da. Where's the no tax on tips? Where is the relief that he promised for the American people? If he is so concerned,
the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf
Gulf
of
of
America.
America, so why can't he do the no? And it's not like no, not trying to be funny. Like Matt, really, please
No, that is
hear
one of the things
this.
he got done.
Right, like,
It
but
is
like,
funny.
Oh yeah, thank you for the
like,
dollar
please,
donut. Says
but like,
Matt, this isn't
please,
very cash money of you.
but like, please consider this. Like, if he's saying he's able to do all these and move in this manner, why has he not done the things that he said he was going to do? And people say, well, it takes time. It didn't take him time to deport these people and go around the Supreme and circumvent all these things that were in process and in place to dismantle government, to have Elon Musk go in and for them to fire all these federal workers who rely on these jobs to run the fed. Like, it didn't take him any time to do that. So why are you now saying, oh, well, it will take him more time to do this when he's not following rules of protocol and going through the proper channels? If he's just tearing everything down, why can't he do that?
Yeah, I think the
And
only
many
thing that he
people are.
ran on that he's actually done is shut the border down. He really has.
How do y'all know the border shut?
Just going by the statistics, it's down like 90. I think the last month it was like down 97% year over year.
Even if it wasn't down 90%, does that mean that it's closed? Or you assume that it's closed because it went down? Because if this man was deporting people the way that he is, including US citizens, would I want to come to America right now?
Right.
No, I'm telling you. So this is gonna make me sound dumb because it's affecting me negatively. I live in South Texas, so
Me too.
yeah. For okay, so I'm
right near the border.
okay. I'm further north than that. I'm like in the Woodlands, Spring, Magnolia area. I don't know if you know where that's at, but
I can see the border.
okay, so a lot of my workers are like scared to go to work. My lead worker's brother is getting deported right now, so like it's actually negatively affected me, and I didn't know it was going to, and it is. I just feel for him because it's scary because it's like he gets pulled over just because he's Mexican, and it's like it's just
So what
rough.
makes you think that they would want to even come over here right now?
No, I don't think anybody wants to come over here right now.
So do you think the
People don't
border?
even want to move around right now that are
Here. So
Yeah.
right, and they come here to make money, but if they
No, I
can't
got
even make
workers that
money
won't
because
come
they
to
can't
work.
move around.
No, they can't.
Right,
They can't move
exactly.
around. Yeah, no,
So
they
that's what
literally
I'm
like,
thinking.
oh, ICE is posted up. Like, we can't come to work today.
So think about it. So is the border closed or are people not coming over here because of this reason? I came over here to work and have a better life. But if that's not going to happen, I can get deported to El Salvador. I could lose my life. I can't even go to work. I can stay where I'm at, right?
Yeah.
Right. And I think that is a key piece here. When you have him saying, oh, well, these people don't technically deserve due process. Well, then none of y'all really deserve due process. It's like we are now at a point where it's like the things and the way that he is moving is literally going to be detrimental to not some of us. It is detrimental to all of us. And if that is not concerning, and again, and I hate to do this to you, Matt, I'm not trying to
You're
do this to
good.
you, but I'm
No,
going to be
yeah.
honest. If you are saying, well, it can't happen to me, well, it's not going to be me. That's how we got here. Because people think, oh, well, it's not going to be me. Well, it's only going to be these type of people. Now, literally, it is, oh, well, U.S. citizens. Well, this person didn't have this record. Well, we're going to lie on them. Like,
Yeah.
what is happening? Because this is not the governance of how America should be run and happen. People are like, oh, well, he's not a U.S. citizen, so he doesn't deserve due process. That's not how that works. In the Constitution, it literally says that as a person, you are due process. It doesn't say just for American citizens. That's the context of the piece of a lot of these conversations that are being missed out on. These are the conversations that people are not willing to engage in because I think some people are afraid, oh, well, if I engage in it, then it means it will be true. And then that means that everything I thought I knew about this individual was a lie. And I'm not ready for that.
Yeah, I never
That's
thought
the
this would
piece
have
of this.
negatively affected me.
too.
Yeah.
It needs to
No.
be while he is moving in this manner. Well, bitch, I'm looking at and seeing what he is doing. This could happen to me too. This might possibly be me. And oftentimes I think we like to think that we are the exception and not the norm. And we have to stop doing that. It's like when we entered into this trade war with China that Trump started because he did start it. It's like, oh, well, they're going to come to the table. They're going to beg us. China came back and said, you all are only two to 400 years old to our
Fuck y'all.
5,000 years old. We are not worried about y'all. Go fuck yourselves. Everybody's like, how dare they do that? It's like, no, how dare they didn't do that sooner? Because we have an inflated sense of ego as Americans, and every other country is aware of that except us because we believe so much in the ideal of what America stands for when we don't even practice nor preach, because if we did, we wouldn't have voted this man into office. And the rest of everybody else is holding us accountable, and we cannot take it. That's the
Matt.
problem.
Oh yeah, thank you for the dollar, says Matt. I do logistics in the army. Do you know I have buy maps for my unit. I had to buy maps for my unit. That cost 3,500 because Trump decided he likes Gulf of America more than he literally more. He's literally costing taxpayers money by the day, even using military aircraft to deport people. Wow. And we
Yeah,
supposed to
that's
be using
crazy.
that for defense because we ain't got no friends. We need to be ready. And the fact that yeah, you bought maps for what, the entire military because you want them all to say Gulf of America. You have to feed your ego still. This is crazy.
Real quick before we move on, guys, I have such exciting news. I'm in London right now, and today we're going to Parliament and we're watching debates happen.
Y'all going to where? Oh, really?
Yes, we're
Are
gonna
you
watch.
there? Are you there with the school?
Yes, it's an educational trip over spring break, and we're literally going to be watching a lot of the people in Parliament debate over certain topics. I'm so excited.
You should be. Congratulations. W
I'm trying
Ria's
to
in the
figure out why
chat.
you were still awake. Don't tell
Yeah.
you go
What
to
time is
bed.
it there?
It is 8 a.m.
Oh, that shit early.
Wow. Yep.
Better than I am. I ain't waking up at 8 a.m. voluntarily.
I'm telling you. I'm like,
We had to be ready by 8:30, so I kind of had to.
Child. Oh, child.
Yeah. So wait a minute. So Matt, why else did you vote for Trump?
Man, can we please stop talking politics?
Right, because that the
Oh,
best.
this is political. This is political.
Nah, this was not what we were supposed to be talking about.
He is right because we did say we.
I just challenge you to keep asking yourself why. You said I believed him. Why did I believe him? What did I believe? Because I asked you what it is that he sold to you, and you and I'm saying like, think about it. I didn't have any. You don't have anything to say. What did he sell to you that's going to benefit you directly? Because the tariffs are not it, the immigrants are not it. He didn't promise any specific number of taxes for anybody except for 15% for the wealthy. He didn't say what it was going to be for the poor. He didn't say it was going to be for the middle class or nothing. He just said, I'll put more money in your pockets, which he wasn't talking to you. Obviously, he's talking to all his billionaire friends because I saw the money they've been putting uh, in their pockets. Any last words, Rhea? Because we about to get out of here.
No, I just think that, Matt, you need to better educate yourself and inform yourself on specific issues because I think you're focusing a lot on the emotional aspect of it. Oh, he's like looking victimized, or oh, I thought he did this. But when you look at the actual facts, the actual policies, the actual backgrounds of the two officials, the two candidates, you clearly see who's the better choice. And I also think people need to start looking at the repercussions that certain choices would have on others. Just because Trump might not affect you, he's sure to affect billion or thousands of African Americans, thousands of Latinos, thousands of Indian people. His policies are going to affect all of us, even though they might not affect you as much. So please be aware of that.
Thank you so much, Rhea. Have fun and have a good day, darling. I'm going to go to bed.
No, yeah,
Go
that
ahead.
already affected me too. That's the crazy thing. They affected everybody. I did not think that.
No, and that's understandable because at least you are. I'm gonna be. At least you are willing to admit that I didn't understand that. I believe this, and I'm now finding out.
Where did you think when he talked about deporting all of these people? What did you think was going to happen to the people who support the immigrants that support your business?
So where I'm at, a lot of the prices were getting driven down by um, by illegal immigrants that don't have to pay taxes. It's all cash, so their price would be way, 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 way lower than mine. So it's like it was just a this sounds good for me that type deal.
What do you mean? What do you mean their price was low? Their price was low on what?
I own a fencing business, so yeah, so their bid would be thousands of dollars cheaper than mine. And it's like, how is your price that cheap? And it's like, oh,
You mean
because
like they're selling fence?
correct.
Where did they get the fencing from?
They build them. So like my workers build the fences. So like other companies will build the fence, and it's just a bid. So we'll bid and say my bid's $10,000, but I mean I have more overhead. I got to pay taxes. I got everything.
Oh, for you to build the fence
Correct.
for somebody.
Correct.
And then you saying that the Hispanic, how do you, and are you, just so we're clear, so you're saying that Hispanics could come in and they bid, like say, I could
Not
build your
Hispanics,
fence.
illegal immigrants.
Hold on. That's what I'm about to get to too.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that immigrants would say we'll do it for 8,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crazier than that. It'd be like $6,000. I'm like, how?
Okay. And then how do you know that they're illegal immigrants?
A lot of it is just, I mean,
because
being around
those are
it
the
for a long
questions I want you to
time
ask
and
yourself.
kind of clumping people together.
But they never told you I'm an illegal immigrant.
No, it's just
they never said that to you. You assume because they speak Spanish and they're doing it for a cheaper price that, hey, thank you, Reserve One, for the $3 set. Love you, oh beautiful, I love you. Thank you so much, darling. You assume that because they're doing it for a cheaper price, they must be an undocumented immigrant, right?
Correct.
But you do not know.
No, not for
sure. And
I
that
knew
is
that some
also
of my workers were illegal. My lead guy
so it's
is
okay
illegal.
when you hire undocumented immigrants, but you're mad because they had a whole crew of undocumented immigrants.
I wasn't mad. I wouldn't say mad. Mad's too strong a word.
So because you couldn't get the best bid, you voted to deport them all, and you know that obviously includes the ones that you hire.
Damn.
That's what I was talking about. You don't really
Biting
realize
your
how it's
face
gonna
to
affect.
spite,
Yeah, it's gonna
bite your nose to spite your face or something like that.
Yep.
So it's cool.
That's
when he
why
did.
we can't
It's a
get in our
problem when they do
feelings because we start making irrational decisions. And something someone always told me, anytime you move emotionally, you're guaranteed to lose something. So please be careful. That's why I try to sit with shit first and just like get over the emotional part. Now let's think logical. Oh yeah, thank you for the $10 for whoo child. I need a nightcap. He was doing so well and boom, he racially profiled him, and that was not very cash
Man,
money of him.
that's not.
But that's what I draw. First of all, draw some coconuts for oh yeah, that was not very cash money. I don't know why I'm gonna start saying that
I
to
was not very
everything.
cash money of you.
But that's why, Matt, when we move through life, we don't even think about why we're doing the things and where they're deeply rooted in,
Right.
and
Let
we
me
make
use
up
this new
blanketed
statement.
reasons for the things that we do, especially when we get in our feelings, which is why when people come here, I always want to know why. I'm not even antagonizing or trying to interrogate you. I'm not looking for a gotcha moment. I want to us to help each other get down to the root, because what it is, he don't have any policies. I know he didn't promise you anything, and if you have a business, it doesn't benefit you. She actually had plans that benefit people, especially small businesses, with trying to get them more government contracts instead of giving everything to your Elon Musk's and all of them, so that the middle class can be pulled up and make some money. She knew the worth of small businesses, right? So that's why. And then if you want to be, I don't know what kind of fences you building, but I'm like 3 million homes, they gonna need some fences. But that's a whole nother story. So that's why I say why you assume that they're, because they did a smaller price, that they must be illegal or undocumented, and you don't know, they may all be documented. But he's also arresting U.S. citizens, so nobody wants to go to work. And now, and the people that work for you, legal or not, don't want to go to work. So that's why I say think about why, and then why were you in your feelings? Why? How could you possibly do better? How could you partner with said person and see if y'all can work out stuff together? Like, how could you hire them maybe? And they do pay taxes. They pay into all the programs that we use. They pay into everything. Anytime you buy anything in America, they're going to be paying taxes. But
You're
we
right.
can't assume things because nobody's walking around saying, I'm an illegal immigrant and I'm going to take the money from under you. They wouldn't give up that information. That's why I say, think about it. You don't even know.
Yeah. No, I get it. Again, I was just being
But
honest.
and Matt, I love your honesty, which is why you've been here so long. I appreciate it. People are just giving a blanketed stuff to mask it. Some people generally don't know why, and that's why we ask these whys. And I love the honesty in the conversation. But I definitely appreciate you, Matt, and you're welcome to come back. We can continue. We'll probably be talking about Carmelo Anthony in this entire week as we continue to, gain evidence. But we also have a topic called voters remorse. So, but any last words before you get out of here, Matt?
That's all with the Carmelo thing. I want everybody to hold off judgment until they haven't released anything. I think part of it is because it's so touchy, and you're dealing with underage, and there's just not a
Yeah.
lot of facts about the case. So it's hard. I mean, it's damn near impossible to take a side.
If anybody has any footage, could y'all send it to me, please? Via Instagram,
Yeah, I
preferably,
mean, I
or
haven't
if it's a
seen nothing
TikTok,
on
send it to me on
Twitter, no
TikTok.
leaked stuff,
Yeah,
no
I know
nothing.
that they pulled a
Yeah,
lot of the stuff back,
yeah,
which I
I haven't
get. But
seen
if you
nothing.
guys have anything, send it to me. But thank you so much, Matt.
No, thank y'all.
No worries. Um. Oh, Susie, what a day.
What a day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh
Anything you want
Lord.
to tell the people out there?
No, thanks for letting me crash the panel as usual. So I was asking Oya, what's the Department of ONs called? Because
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in the YN category anymore.
You
Well,
not ONs.
you be OG and
I,
they be YN.
yeah, I just feel like I'm in the auntie category. That's where I'll stay.
Mm-hmm. I'm the RA, the rich auntie. I'm working
Yes,
on the
that's
rich
it. That's
part.
it. We in the Department of RAs. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's where I'll be.
I appreciate you, Susie.
Love
As
y'all. Bye.
always.
Love
Love you,
you.
I
darling.
love you, Susie. Bye.
Sun kiss. What a night.
Jessica.
Carmelo is innocent, period. Yeah, I'm with it. I believe it too.
Baby, y'all gonna have to start paying.
And first of all, innocent until proven guilty. So yes, I stand with him. He innocent.
Until
prove
proven
me
guilty.
wrong. Then prove me wrong. Simple. No problem. Thank you, Carol.
We love you, dude.
Suncast.
Yes, baby.
Take us on out tonight. Shit.
Baby, all I'm saying is that I need y'all gonna have to start paying me because I come up here to do the big work. Let me stop playing. No, you know.
Speaking of, yeah, we almost done with that goal.
Oh yeah.
No, it's 85 because reserve one just sent.
Thank you so much. I adore you. No, but seriously, like this is the crux of it. We do have to engage and have these conversations. We can't keep saying, well, we want to move forward, we're tired of it, if we're not doing the work. And unfortunately, a lot of that work, yeah, it's repetitive for us. It's the same shit we've been saying. As long as we can find people who are willing to listen and willing to engage like Matt, because even though, like, yeah, it came out, he voted for Trump, people can only go where they are able to conceive and reach and understand. If you've been indoctrinated to believe, if you've been in a place of, well, I thought they were going to do this and then they didn't do that, that's life. Yeah. That's life. We can't begrudge people for living life, unfortunately. People know they're going to be judged. We know all these things are going to happen. But we cannot begrudge them for making decisions that they thought would benefit them in that moment. And then when they go to the school of hard knocks and they find out, oh shit, this wasn't for me, that is still their lesson to learn.
Yep.
And I'm not trying to talk down about you, Matt. I know you probably still here.
Well, it was,
right. And I think even him understanding, like in the context of the conversations, your perception of things can be skewed. Your understanding of things can be skewed until you sit down with some other people and really say, hey, this is where I'm coming from. This is my understanding. People be like, well, let's put a different spin on that. Would you consider this? Or if we were to look at it this way, can you see that? We don't do that enough because we're so busy trying to prove people wrong to prove ourselves right. Yeah. We're too busy trying to argue down because our egos are so large that we're like, yeah, I just know I'm right. And I've openly said it too, because we're going to be honest. I love us as Black people, but one of the biggest things that we have, our biggest is our egos. Mm-hmm. One of our biggest issues is our egos.
That's why they be like, they'll go to their grave with
go to their grave. Right, but like that's the issue. That's the issue. I love us down. I want to be real clear, but we know how we are too. Mm-hmm. That's why when we say, well, I'm tired of having conversations with them, then how are we going to get anything better if we're not willing to engage with it? Well, they got to learn it. How? Well, the internet. The internet is just nothing more than a tool to be utilized to read and conceive, not read to understand or hold dialogue or hold dialogue with another living, breathing human being from the experience that they're bringing to the table. This is not easy. If it was easy, bitch, progress would have been the fourth founding, grounding doctrine of where our nation of our nation. It's not easy. We have to continue to do the work because once we tap out, then we have truly lost. While yes, we took our little break, we are all now starting to clock back in because we have to keep moving forward. All of us. If we're not doing that, this is done. It is dead. We are cooked.
Yep.
That's the problem.
Double fried.
And that's why people are like, oh, well, the Democrats are an imperfect party, just like Republicans are an imperfect party. The issue that we are all facing right now is that we are seeing things that where we're like, well, we thought we were in alignment with this, or we thought there was an understanding of this, and it's not. All common sense is not common, because if it was, we would be in a better place. And the Democrats know that because at least they're willing to fight, while we're watching the Republican Party try to figure out how they're going to land, because they have realized they have fucked up and that they may not actually be able to recover from this. Mm-hmm. That's the issue. These are the key things. I remember once upon a time where we all really like, well, John McCain is a Republican. Yeah, but he was also a good person.
He sure was.
That's the difference here.
Like nobody on here to be asking you.
Right. When we talk about how Mitt Romney is a sane Republicanism did not used to be this horrendous thing that it is now turned into. Republicanism was a difference about values and the way that it landed for a political ideology. That's what it was. Same with the Democratic Party. Now we have come to a place of, well, Republican mean this, and then if you're a Democrat, it means this, and it means that you da-da-da-da. And it's like, no. Your political ideology should not make up the crux of the person of who you are. We are the ones that are doing that. That is on us as a people. We are the ones that are doing that. And yes, we need to hold our representatives accountable. Yes, we need to root out the rot because it's on both sides. Like how it just came up in conversation about the incumbent Democrats who need to be primaried because they're not doing anything. Yes, absolutely. Primary those people. How on the Republican side? Well, there are some who are standing up against Trump. Good, then maybe they need to keep their seats, or maybe they will be revoted back in because they are trying to do something. But you cannot sit up here and say, oh, well, it's one side versus the other because it takes two to tango. And neither side will always be correct. And that is the reality that we need to accept. That is the place where we need to get back to. Understanding that people are like, oh, well, Kamala just said that she wouldn't have changed anything beyond Joe Biden. Well, because she couldn't, because she was still vice president. She could not go against the president, while also unveiling policy that directly did go against Joe Biden's policies. That's the context of this, where it's like, oh, well, Donald Trump, people are victimizing him. He's being mean. Well, Donald Trump also victimized himself because he came out with that giant ass maxi pad on his ear, and he didn't follow protocol to actually get his ass out of danger because he wanted to take an opportunity to be a stunt queen. Those are the facts of the matter. And until we genuinely begin engaging in the dialogue of what it means, then yes, we will continue to be where we are. Also, to be clear, because people say, well, you want to talk bad about the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party has become a party of where we use big words and it feels very elite. It feels like a secretive club that people don't feel like they can align with now. That is a problem. That is a problem. But also understanding that the reason why people do feel like that is because there's an education problem in America. And now it will be even worse because of Donald Trump's policies did dismantle and gut the DOE. These are the context of the conversations we need to be having and engaging in.
Yeah, send $1, a penny. Damn, guys. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, we are
I
almost
did not say I think Democrats are
people.
elite. I am saying that the way that people talk about the Democratic Party is that they're saying that the Democratic Party is now made up of elitists. That shows me that you don't know how to listen. And I'm not saying that to be rude to you, but you're trying to do a thing, and I'm not going to allow you to do that, beloved.
Because we're not going to do that thing.
That's it. We're not going to do that. But that's it. They need to work on messaging and communication. A big piece around this was communication. It's why, like, the Unfuck America tour is happening. It's why we're seeing more independent media. It's why, like, Midas Touch, Aaron Partners are rising in the media sphere because the media did not do what they were supposed to do. They unfortunately normalized Donald Trump while holding Kamala Harris and Joe Biden to standards that were unattainable. What's not true, Kels? What did I say wrong? But like these are the conversations that we need to be having. And until we can engage in them with thoughtfulness and the true intention and the patience in which they desire and require, we will always be at this epicenter.
Ayana, thank you for the $3 to make it even. Lady Lando, thank you for the $1 for damn y'all love.
Marks, I love
thank you so much. Damn y'all, I appreciate it. Come on, now we back uneven. Come on now somebody go make it.
Why
even
want to let me follow you back?
Me? Somebody their page might be private.
Okay, I got you, Marks. I got you. It's because you're
drop some coconuts, you guys, for Lady Landon as well as Ayana. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, darling. Ayana.
Okay, thank you, boo. I was nervous. I was like, wait, what did I say wrong? Or what did I say that I may not have recognized that I said in that moment that may not have landed well or that was inaccurate. But yeah, like we have to keep fighting the good fight. We have to keep engaging in these conversations. We have to keep calling people at where they're at, or also sometimes inviting them in and saying, hey, let's really sit down and have this conversation, good, bad, or indifferent. And I'm very, 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 very proud of all of us, especially y'all's royal family, where we had this genuine dialogue with Matt And then when they turned around and said, well, I did vote for Trump, and we didn't attack them, but we did say, well, let's look at it from these perspectives and these angles. Well, why did you believe that? Well, why was that your thought? Girl, what got you cracking up over it? Who did it?
Oh yeah, she said this one. I didn't pay for Jessica to marry me. Girl, you go get this TRICARE. I'm fucking hollering, and then she used the Ike Turner sticker.
Baby, Oya trying to give that TRICARE away at this point. Do you not want what?
Baby, give it to me.
Let me find
Cause she
out.
said we all need to be taking advantage of the motherfucking what's that called? The government. The government. Oh my goodness.
That's all I got, my babies. This was a good night. Like, Jess, you ate this up. When you said I had something different for the people, baby, you meant that. We had some really good, genuine conversation. And this genuine good conversation for this. Them other people, I don't know what the fuck they was on. They was on some bullshit. They was on some bullshit. They was on some bullshit.
Thanks. Sometimes one, you gotta just find a different approach, and two, with this type of conversation, it still all leads back to fucking MAGA. Oh yeah, Sun Kid's gonna do her thing every time, okay? Christy, thank you for the $2 for the Rockingest live, and Sunkiss is cooking, baby. Double fried chicken. I'm talking about the good crunch. That type of chicken, okay, y'all. Show her
Listen,
some love,
I'm
okay?
just saying,
Let's
I
get her
really
up to
want.
at least like 1,500. Come on now.
Please.
Come get this Canadian health girl. I'm on my way, dude. I am on my way. Don't threaten me with a
I'm
good
just
time.
saying, I really do want I want the best for all of us. I really, really do. Even when I curse them people out, understanding that is coming from a genuine place of, bitch, I'm tired, I'm fed up. I tried to bring you to the you didn't want to do all that. Now fuck you and your raggedy ass, snaggletooth, cock-eyed mama. But even that comes from a place of care.
Come on now, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, because baby.
Oh my God.
She was cooking. Son was cooking.
Ivan, you don't even love you, baby. So I know Susan don't love you.
Oh,
Ivan, you are over there looking like Ivan Ooze from the Power Rangers, baby. How can you love you? How can Susie love you when he don't even love you?
That's hard. I gotta go file for my TRICARE, y'all. Okay. That's okay.
My TRICARE is sick.
My it's okay.
Girl, get off that man, please.
Hold on,
please
get
off
future baby
that
daddy.
man. Oh my God. Her future ex-baby daddy fiance.
Only chocolate I want from I already knew it. Some days, you may or may not hit your goal, but the good thing is you don't give up. That's the most
Thank y'all
important part.
so much.
And it's okay.
But she don't want you. She don't love you. You don't love you. Your dog
I
don't
start
even
away
love
from
you, baby.
gifts?
Give up the ghost.
So y'all, Christine has started the $2 challenge. We have $77 left, and yes, we are trying to also make sure that Sunkiss get to 2K. I said 1,500, but y'all y'all smashed that.
Y'all
so now
crushed it so hard.
Yeah,
Thank y'all so much.
you gotta shoot for the
Seriously.
sky. But we are so I'm gonna give it a couple minutes.
Ivan, I mean this with all sincerity when I say this, baby. I wouldn't fuck you if you were the last man in creation. I would have 7 wives and umpteen children before I would ever consider the thought that the notion to get to the inkling to lay with you. As a homosexual,
y'all smashed the
absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely the fuck not. I don't need you to love me. I need you to go away.
W fucking
I need you to go away.
I need you to go away. W Royal Family in the chat. W Royal Family, y'all. W chat too. We've gotten to 250K, almost 300K. Okay, I said 1,500. Y'all smashed that. Then we was like, okay, we might go 2,000. Hey, y'all smashed
Actually,
that.
I'll do you one better.
Better.
As a fake pastor, I need you to just go straight to hell. I just need you to just go straight to hell, baby. Because you played on the cloth a lot recently, and that has not settled well in my spirit. And now that I see your name I think about the parable of Christ in the good book of how it said, watch those who follow you because you can make your enemies your footstools real quick. You are my enemies, and for my enemies, I'd condemn you straight to the ninth ring of hell, Ivan. I need you to go peacefully to where you belong, baby. And that's not up here with us. That's down there below with the demons that you call family, precious. You come in here and demonize us often for speaking truth to power. So I need to speak truth to power and tell you go straight to hell.
Yeah, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you, darling. Let's go. Yeah. Vicky, thank you for the $2. And I wish I could do more, baby. Let me tell you something. 2 add up. 2 plus 2 is 4. You see how that just went from 7 Shit moves, okay? Shit motherfucking moves. Period. Come on. Hey, tell Jesus start with the rapture.
Hey, okay.
I'm hollering. Thank you, Vicky. Y'all drop some coconuts for Vicky and Yaya in the chat. Thank y'all so much.
Not everybody say no, DJ, straight to hell. Because at this point, I'm tired. I'm tired of looking at you. I need you to go where you belong, peacefully, where you can be swaddled up in the leathery claws of Lucifer, because you serve as the foot servant to the father of lies himself. Because how you could put on that cloth and sit up here and come here and say some of the things you said in the past and not burn, baby, it's not conceivable. It's not conceivable. I'm not saying that to be rude to you. I genuinely mean that as a whole. You've come here and said disastrous things to these people, to all of us who have been on this panel before, because you didn't agree where we were at, but you perpetrate yourself as a man of the cloth. No man of the cloth I know would do that. They would sit and understand, because that's what is preached in the good book. Because what kind of cloth is that? You said you are blessed and highly favored, sir. You are downtrodden and disregarded. You are downtrodden and disregarded. You are not blessed and highly favored. I speak with God regularly. We agree. He don't know you. So
he said sorry to that. Who is that man? I'm
Right.
sorry to that man. Let me see if I can find a Kiki Palmer sound.
Yes. To that man, baby.
Oh my goodness. Let me take my ass to bed because some kids
Right.
we got a good 15 minutes we need to knock out first. Kiki Palmer.
Oh yeah, we do for the fate for our FT. Yup, we got it. Yeah.
So we gotta get in here. Y'all eating in our FT time.
Yeah, we got to get in our FT time because Jess and I have not spoken in some days since our baby went to go support the Fuck America tour. That was in Texas. And it's currently still in Texas through. It's tomorrow, I'm saying. So she went down to go support and be with the people. But now she back and we gotta talk about it. But yeah, you got it, boo.
I mean, he could be walking down the street. I wouldn't know a thing.
He could be walking down the street.
I wouldn't.
Walking down the street, I
wouldn't know a thing. Yes, y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all have no the journey with Morgan. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the Culture and Chaos podcast. A new episode just came out tonight, you guys. It's on the YouTube. It's on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Music, Jovi, anywhere you can listen to podcasts. It's there as well. If you want to watch the visual, it is on YouTube. Yes. And if you click the link in my bio, it's the very first link. It'll take you to the Culture and Chaos podcast link tree where you can follow all of our socials, as well as watch it on YouTube. If you're having a hard time finding it, please reach out to me. Definitely go watch it. Best comment gets a shout out on the next episode. So make sure you guys are staying engaged. Share the live. Hit the thumbs up button, and make sure you're doing all the good things. I appreciate it. Just so we can continue to boost the algorithm. Oh, I can listen at work tomorrow. You sure can. You sure can. Thank you, Sunkiss. Again, I love you.
No, I love you.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you, beloved.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you so much. You was literally hands down running the entire live from the gift to the Cash App. Okay. And I think everybody that
tone on it. Oh, that says deputy.
No, this say department with the period.
Oh, department
and
of YN.
So
If you
thank you
put
to everybody that
Daytone up
donated.
there,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
care.
scream.
I don't care if it was 50 cents. I don't care if it was $1. Thank you for tapping. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for, just being who you are, however that
No,
may
thank
be.
you, baby.
Love yourself. With that being said,